Hello, welcome to Roll For It.
Oh, hello there. And welcome back to Mage. This is our Mage 5th edition hack homebrew game based on the rules of Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition combined with the lore and canon and actual rules of the previous Mage games, M20 especially. We are now one episode in. This is our second episode, and the first one was a nice slow burn. Things happened, and this is where people are going to start getting funky, I imagine. So, before we get started, we've got some announcements and stuff we're going to go over. Let's start with Roll20, who are our sponsors. Roll20 is the digital platform that we use to do all of our magical things. For instance, Anthem Shut on the Map. There are amazing things you can do with Roll20. Now, typically you use them for like battle maps and moving tokens around, and then the tokens can, be your fighting things. But you can also do stuff like place info. Let's talk about a lecture hall. Did it work?
Yep.
Yes, there we go. Lecture hall 1B. And so we can get like battle maps that don't have to be battle maps, and you can interact with tokens, and you can roll dice, and you can do loads of cool stuff. And it's what the sheets that I made and released based on the community code of VTM for Mage are based on. So if you don't want to be able to play with the Mage code that was released, if you have a pro account on Roll20, you can use that. But yeah, they've sponsored us for a few months now. We've used them forever before that, so we're only slightly biased. And they also given us a copy of Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition rulebook on Roll20 to give away. If you want to find out details of that, you can go to our Twitter, which I'm sure someone will like. There we go. On it already. Nice. You go to our Twitter, look at our pinned post, and it tells you how to get involved in the giveaway to win a copy of the Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition rulebook. What else have we got? General Patreon changes been announced. You can find them on our Patreon if you're intrigued in any way. We have the Mage map and the Ascension Tower floor coming soon. D&D 5th edition show on Thursday. They recently finalized getting through a tower and actually did some stuff. So that will be out in the next week, along with this map, which will be all pretty and out and available on Patreon if you want to study it in more detail. And our monthly recap is out. So if you want to hear a load of admins talking about recap stuff, you can. And in addition, as many mentioned, the Mage character sheet API stuff for Roll20, along with the rules, are out free on our Patreon. Like, they're free. They're on our Patreon. A load of people have asked. You can just go to our Patreon. They are free. They're currently version beta 1.1 is what I called it. Even though the header says 1.0, I was like, I can't be bothered to do another version just to change the version number. But yes, so if you want to go check those out, they are free and they're on the Patreon. And I did spend a lot of time formatting them so they look pretty. So
if you did a new version where you changed the version number, would that be another version, or would it just be
the
same?
Yeah,
version?
it would. No, it would be a new version. It might be like it would be like 1.1.1 or something. Like it'd be an increment. It would be a non-rules change, but it would be a minor text correction or something. So it would be a different increment, but also it would be annoying. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to change that. Because immediately I saved it. I was like, I forgot to change that, didn't I? So yeah. We've already checked this out. That's all the announcements done. Bentham, you want to do some shilling for me?
Yeah, I can do that. The way you can support us doing all the cool stuff that we do is through Patreon. Patreon is how we're able to fund all the shows and all the things we do. Basically, it's the main thing. And there's a whole bunch of tiers there that give a whole bunch of different rewards, including but unlimited to MP3s of all of our shows. After shows we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show. You can get character sheets, enemy character sheets, other things from GMs, usually EE, like maps and session plans and enemy stats and all that kind of thing. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month. You can submit names for NPCs that will get used randomly throughout our shows. And you can also take part in a once-monthly game, a one-shot, GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. That is an offline game, or online as much as it needs to be for you to be in it, but not online in any other way. It's not on camera or anything that you get to be part of, where we play lots of weird and wacky RPGs with lots of weird and wacky people. I can say that because I'm the one this month. You can also support us in other places.
Mr. Weird and Wacky Person this month.
It's true. You can also support in other ways too. You can do the Twitch things, of course. You can drop us bits which appear in the cup, and you can try and fill up the cup if you like. In this particular one, it's not trying to cover E's face, so there'll probably be less bit spam than there was last time.
No, it will cover my face if you try really hard, maybe.
I think physically the asset doesn't go to that far along the screen in OBS, but people can believe. They can believe. We did give E a bit beard in the last episode of Ascension. You can also what you can do is you can do tips. They appear on the screen or read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And of course, you can subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, because normally we'd have to wait 24 hours for them to appear over on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member over there. That gives you emotes and badges as well. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter, let you join the Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show and talk about all the things. I just did a whole big overhaul of that because we decided to make some changes. So there's now a clip room and a fan art room, so you can post the stuff there and keep it there forever. We've
You can also
added
put gifts
more
in the clip room.
The clip room also allows gifts. We also made more RP rooms because people were really into role playing in the last ditch, so we thought maybe people would want to try in some of the other ones. There is indeed a Mage RP room if you want to start role playing, like, I guess just like, unless you're role playing a mage, you'll just be role playing the same day over and over until we happen to come by wherever you are.
You do know someone's gonna be like, make a character, and as we start every episode, is gonna post the same actions on message.
Perfect.
Oh, I saw this guy steal some guy's wallet as he got out of the chute. Oh, I saw this guy steal someone's wallet as he got out of the...
and eventually it's gonna be like, wow, I saw this guy like just kill a dude for stealing his wallet. That's weird. Seems like he had a lot going on. I don't know. Something was happening to that guy.
He did seem quite angry. Yeah.
That's on like loop 100. Yeah, you can. There's more rooms and all the stuff you can do in there. You can. What else can you do? You can also just support just by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out. You make the numbers go up and the algorithms go burr and put us in higher places that more people can see, and then more cool people can find these cool shows that these cool people do, and it's cool. So, yeah, tell your friends as well. Make all those clips and gifs if you can, and we appreciate it. You can post them in the Discord or just tweet them at us or whatever. Same for fan art. We love fan art. It's always awesome. Super appreciate it. And thanks for supporting us in any way that you can. And always are valid and awesome. We appreciate. Comment as well. We like to read the comments on the chats as much as possible.
Do. I've been trying to pay attention to a lot of them on the YouTube and replying where I can. And yeah, just also share the tweet, share the fan art, share the stream, tell people that they should watch because these people are awesome. But thank you. Right. In which case, oh, we have our first RP Mage post. Wow, I just saw some guy steal somebody's wallet. Perfect. Okay, right, in which case, this is where we'd normally do a recap. But because of all our characters have very different perspectives on what's going on, I'm going to ask each person to do a very short recap from each of their point of views. And we'll start off firstly with Hassan. What happened last time, Hassan?
Well, first, I got my wallet nicked. Second, I went to grab a coffee, realized my wallet was nicked and went back. Third, got my wallet back, though minus a note. Went to school, saw a black SUV, looked at the black SUV, realized it was out of place, chased after it for a little bit. Met Chester again. What a dick. Then I broke into a party that Chester was a part of. What a massive dick. And tried to figure out more about the SUV because that, when something prickles the back of your neck. Hassan gets that a lot. And this was definitely one of those times. But nothing could be found out more that night. He decided to go home, as is his custom. He texted a friend of his called Lyle. And then right during a call. So I woke up and someone tried to nick my wallet.
Okay, Dr. Thresher, what happened for you today?
Today, I had my first session at Mind Evolution, filling in for Dr. Fates. I got to meet with Chester, who Dr. Hassan is also familiar with. And he told me, some things about his marriage and missing his dog. And I told him to journal for me. And then I did paperwork. Then I saw Wallace, who definitely has what I think is an Oedipus complex. And maybe we would go on a walk at some point, Wallace and I. Went to Twisted Root for lunch. I did a book signing at Red Letter. Then I had Seraphina Asquith come in for a session in the afternoon, a very self-involved Instagram influencer who I told to use her brother's death for fame and popularity and to get deals. Also met Florence Locke, who lost Mabel, her companion, her gal pal, as she put it, but was definitely her longtime love. And I tried to steer her away from mind evolution. Then I went to Afterglow. I met with a nice gentleman. What was his name again? It was Mark, right?
Marcus Alexander. Yeah.
Marcus, and also met up with Dr. Hackett, and we went to Cloister for some drinks after we had dinner at Afterglow. And then I went back and had a very lonely evening at my Airbnb, and then woke up in a very similar situation to what happened today.
Okay.
You will spend
Hackett.
Hackett had a pretty chill day, all things told. He got up, he went about his business, worked on his experiments. He went to pick up a suit from his favorite old style tailor shop. Went to a tutoring session where his student cancelled, who is definitely alive and totally not dead or anything. Then he went to Afterglow to meet up with Marcus Alexander to hand over some stuff he was working on in exchange for more materials for his experiments, where he met Dr. Thresher and they went over to Cloister, and then he just went home, went to bed.
Okay.
I don't know if this did we need to recap? Because we're just gonna do it again. The entire episode is the recap.
We'll see. Who would like to start today first?
My brain goes Dr. Hassan or whoever wants to. I don't.
Well, let's start.
Okay. So, we see a man step out of the train station in Webley Bridge. We watch him from above as he walks briskly down a short flight of concrete steps, a pep in his step as he heads to teach his morning ethics lecture at University College London's South Campus. As his foot hits the pavement, a train passes, a pedestrian bumps into him roughly,
Where are you going, you wanker?
complaining as he mixes back into the crowd. Hassan, you were just kind of on the phone?
Bloody brilliant. Okay. First of all, can I find that wanker who stole my wallet?
Yeah, make me a wits awareness check.
I'd love to. It's awareness. Huh. It definitely clicked it. Hold on, let me try again.
The API could have crashed, so let me just check the back end. API scripts, and API is working. I can always restart it. I'll do a restart.
Yeah, all right.
Loading character sheet data. Should work. I'm going to put through a quick roll. Yeah, my quick roll's coming up.
I can do a test. Oh, there it is.
I might have secretly been using quick roll for that while the API script was working.
Okay. Bear in mind normally, because you've now got a quiet of one. It wouldn't have made a difference on this roll because you were successful anyway, though. Okay, yeah, you spot this guy in the tracksuit, pushing through the crowd, probably only 2 meters from you as you catch your, awareness, and you're like, wait, what's going on? There he is. You see him over your shoulder.
I go straight to him, and I rap him on the shoulder with my cane.
Okay, you're going to try because he's pushing through a crowd, and he's trying to get away from you as quickly as possible. Make me a... Oh, what will this be? Let's have a look.
Resolve? Athletics?
You wish. Strength athletics or dexterity athletics, depending on whether you want to barge through or kind of slip through the crowd.
Werewolf wants to barge through. Hassan wants to slip through. So we'll go with Dex Athletics.
Okay.
No modifiers. There we go. 2 successes.
Okay, let's see what he gets. Yeah, you easily catch up to him and wrap him on the shoulder.
Did you just seriously nick my wallet?
Oh, I'm sorry. Must have accidentally picked it up and just hands it back to you before sort of stepping backwards.
Is the £5 note that was taken last time still in it?
Yeah. Hasn't had a chance to remove it.
Thanks. I slip it back in my pocket, shaking my head, and I wander out. This, out loud, he says, this is really not good. I text the same friend I texted last night, saying, what was the last thing we said to each other? And then I head off to Costa as if this day had gone perfectly normally.
Okay. In which case, you don't get a text back immediately.
Mm-hmm.
As you head off to Costa, we're gonna head over town as the camera pulls away from you and flies over to Mind Evolution. We cut to a spacious, minimalist but austere-looking office. In one corner, we see a man, red and slightly out of breath, as he talks and talks and talks, spittle occasionally flying from his lips, filling a long, dark leather couch. But he is not the focus of the camera, as he drones on a woman sitting in an armchair opposite. As she listens, soft music plays from speakers around the room, and a crow pecks at the windowsill outside.
Anyway, that's just how I feel about it. What do you think?
You see Dr. Thresher very confused, trying to like maintain composure, but just looking around the room like, this isn't right.
So, what do you think?
I don't want to be rude, but didn't we discuss this at the last session?
Yes, but things have changed, and my dog still isn't back. Biggles is not in my life. Just looking for more concrete advice from you.
Well, can I, may I see the journaling that you did that I requested you last time?
I didn't bring it. It's at home in a bedside drawer.
All right. Well, then can you tell me about the journaling you did do? What did you write down?
You said I should start a journal, and you said something about putting my feelings in it, and you said you'd expand upon it this week or something. I didn't really know what to put down, so...
When he says this, can I look down at the date? Or is there anything I can check on the form? Or the...
As you look at the... I mean, you've probably got, like, your phone or something that's turned off. This is probably turned off, yeah. You've got, like, a calendar on your desk, flipped over, and says 3rd of October, Friday. The clock says 9:38.
Okay. Did you not journal about your true feelings about your ex-wife and what that might manifest for you? Ways that you could take care of her.
I don't want to take care of her. She's a bitch.
You've made that
dog.
very clear. I know. Mr. Biggles, right?
Biggles, yes.
Well, I look very like I'm stumbling on my words. I'm not entirely sure. I'm thrown back into this situation. Well, what I was suggesting or thinking, I should say I was thinking about for you is that you should do your journaling and you should think more about how your ex-wife makes you feel and how you would react if something were to happen to her.
I wouldn't care if something happened to her. She's a terrible woman.
Well, you would get your dog back, correct?
If something would have happened to her, I wouldn't think of such a thing. No.
I mean, have you ever thought about that? Her.
I mean, yes, sometimes but I wouldn't.
Okay. Would you excuse me for a second, Mr. Marfont? I need to check.
I'm paying for this time, aren't I?
You are, but I do need to ask Mindy a quick question. So if you wouldn't mind,
Very well.
this is an imperative to your treatment. So if you just excuse me for a second. And I'd step up and I'd walk out and close the door behind me. And
as soon as you like walk out and close the door, kind of mid-session, Mindy kind of sits to attention out front. Yes, Doctor, how can I help?
I do not like to leave my patients. I have a question for you. Can I see today's schedule?
Of course. She turns the computer monitor. You have Chester, then you have Wallace, then you've got break, you've got your book signing, you've got Seraphina Esquith, followed by Florence, and then you're free. Is there anything wrong?
No, was this the same schedule as yesterday? Did these patients make another?
No, she tabs over to
appointment?
yesterday and you see the list of people yesterday.
Okay, I just wanted to double check and make sure that book signing was still happening, which I know is very self-centered while I have a patient.
Yes, I've confirmed with Red Letter and they expect you there between 1 and 2.
All right, thank you so much, Mindy. I'll get back to Chester and I'll quickly come back in. Sorry about that. I just needed to check something. All right, let's get in to the nitty gritty of it. What does Mr. Bigsley, or is it just Bigsley, or do you call him Mr. Bigsley?
Biggles.
Oh, Biggles, excuse me. What does Biggles mean to you?
He's my lifelong companion. Been with me since he was a pup.
What would you do for Mr. Biggles?
I'll do anything for Mr. Biggles. Mr. Biggles is the most important. I'd be Sir Biggles. Sir Bigglesworth, if you want the full name, but Biggles for short. Means everything to me.
So let me ask you this. Why did your wife, it looks like here Elizabeth, get Biggles?
Because she's a manipulative, terrible, just harpy.
But it's confusing. If Biggles was your pup, why did Elizabeth get her or get him in the divorce?
Well, we got her together during the marriage, but I spent all the time with him. She really just wanted him to get back at me. You know, I called her up the other day and gave her a piece of my mind on the phone, and then the police cautioned me and...
The police cautioned you. What did you say to your wife?
Well, as you said, I get in touch with my grief, and I got in touch with my grief after our last session. I called her up, and I told her what I thought of her, and then the next day the police knock on my door, and they have the gall to tell me that my actions are out of line.
Please walk me.
Absolute plebs.
What did you say to your ex-wife?
I told her Biggles would never love her like he loves me, and that she should watch her step. Biggles will leave her as soon as Biggles gets the chance. Biggles will come running back to me.
So your wife, or ex-wife, has the divorce finally
Yes, the
went
divorce
through a year ago, correct?
Well, we split up a year ago. The divorce went through a little after that, yes.
So your wife, has she provoked you at all?
Of course. Women provoking men all the time, going around with their heels and their skirts.
I'll have you know that men can also provoke women very easily. It's not just a woman thing. People can provoke other people. It doesn't matter who.
Yes, but it's not your fault if you're so easily provoked. Women are the weaker sex, after all.
Oh, Chester. Let me ask you this. With your ex-wife, have you ever thought of yourself doing something to befall her? Her being the weaker sex, she probably couldn't take you on if that were the case.
I mean, but yes, very, she's a lot thinner and like less. She, yes.
So let me ask you this. What is the darkest thought you have ever had about your ex-wife?
Well, when she was opening the gates to the estate, I was tempted to just run her down with the car.
That's all natural, especially when losing a marriage, you lose part of
And a
yourself.
dog.
And the dog. So if something happened to your wife, would you get Biggles?
Yes, I guess so.
Forget the journaling this week. I think you should pay a visit to your ex-wife and just call her up and say, I'd like to see Biggles this weekend. And if she agrees, you should go out there and see if you can talk through some of this.
I don't know what good talking will do.
You're talking to me right now.
Yes, well, different. You're a trained one.
I think you should try to take Biggles. He is, or is it a girl or a boy? Is Biggles a
There's
girl
a
or
boy,
a boy?
of course, Sir Bigglesworth.
Bigglesworth, I think you should take Biggles.
I mean, I think I should too.
Biggles is yours anyway, right?
Oh, you mean like actually take Oh. Yes.
What is
Well,
she
I
gonna
mean,
do? She's
rightfully,
the
he
weaker
is mine.
sex, right?
But
So
no
she
one
couldn't.
cares what some ivory tower judge says about the divorce.
I just feel like you might have some ground to stand on. Especially it seems like she couldn't really do anything about it.
Especially if she... yes. Are you suggesting something?
I'm not suggesting anything. I think you should just pay a visit to your ex-wife and visit Biggles this weekend and see how it goes.
Yes. That's maybe a good idea. We'll have to
And
schedule
I-
something for the weekend.
And I try to influence him to steal his dog.
Would you like to do that by just socially or magically and socially?
I think I'm gonna try to do it socially first.
Make a manipulation subterfuge roll.
That's 4.
Yes. Maybe this weekend. What if Biggles went missing and can't be to blame if Biggles runs away from her, that cow she is, and comes home to me.
Yes, it seems as if Biggles really does deserve to be with you. So I would also suggest, though, talking to your ex-wife. And then next week we can discuss how that makes you feel.
Well, last time I got in touch, I got a caution. I don't know if I should talk to her, but certainly if Biggles was to just disappear.
Well, nobody has to know that you were there. You don't have to tell anybody.
Well, she would know.
But that's what I mean. I feel like...
Oh, if she, was to...
I don't know what you're implying. I'm just
Oh,
saying
okay.
nobody
I'm
needs to
sorry.
know that you're
I
there.
didn't forget I said anything. Yes. Yes. I should go. I've got a seminar to teach in half an hour. This is good to think on.
Yes, a lot of good thoughts. I would just embrace those feelings of grief that you were talking about. I'm proud of you for
Yes.
making that phone call.
Yes.
You should go. Here, let me. You've read my book, correct?
No, I haven't read your book. If you want, I can have one of my women read it to me.
Yes. I'll open the drawer and pull out a book. Have one of your women read it to you.
That's all. Right.
Gets up. He walks the door. Opens the door. Leaves. At which point, like 30 seconds later... Is everything okay? Can I help? Minnie puts her head in.
I think I'm all right. I don't have another appointment till 11, correct?
Your next session, 11 to 12, I believe, with Mr. Lockwood, so you've got an hour.
Okay, thank you. Would you just close the door behind you?
Oh, closed. Okay.
And I'm going to start looking around my room and seeing if there's anything different or if it looks exactly the same as yesterday.
This, I think, isn't technically an investigation roll. It's an awareness, but it's a memory awareness. I would say it would be an awareness int roll.
Ooh.
This is what you perceive and remember at the same time.
Awareness. In 7, 6, a messy critical? What does that mean?
oh, that's beautiful. So as the quiet, that bit of your brain that has trouble reconciling your immense power to actually change reality, and reality is struggles. Let's have a look at what happens when you get a messy crit. I don't think anything happens at level 1, but I'll double check. All cheat sheets, quiet effects, instability, messy success. Oh, here we go. Morbidity. Below success for the character's success comes a side effect as your callousness comes to the fore. Attempts to knock out enemies, kill them, taking a drive shortcut, hits pedestrians on the pavement, medicine involving an unwilling donor. In this case, you are just looking around. So it's probable that, like, Mindy hears you kind of like looking around and opening all the drawers and kind of opens the door to have a look and be like, is there anything I can... And your callousness just shuts her off, shuts her down hard.
What are you doing in here? I told you
I'm
to
sorry.
knock.
Okay, do you want me to close door? Oh, close down.
You
Okay.
have to keep the door closed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mindy,
Yes?
you do not come in here unless I ask you to come in here.
Okay. I'll close the door.
Just go, please.
Okay. And as the callousness comes to the door and you really alienate Mindy for today, with 7 successes looking around, everything in here is the same. There is maybe, because you do get 7 and a messy, like 1 or 2 differences, but they are all like literally, there's a slight crease in the couch that is different. There's a slight twist to your calendar where you actually had a look at it and you physically moved it slightly. Those are different. Everything else is the same.
I would sit at my desk and probably feel like maybe this is just a fluke and this patient, something's off, but I don't know what it is. And I'm just going to do my paperwork and kind of anxiously wait for my next appointment to see what that's going to be like.
Okay. Hackett. Our camera starts now in darkness with only a low background hum. Faint music can be heard in the background, and with a sudden increase in volume and a flood of light, we see our character.
Alfred opens the fridge and like starts reaching in. He's going for the beaker on the right before remembering, oh no, that's not the right one. Changes to the left, grabs it, pulls it out, and then pauses. What? Then he like lifts up the milk and looks at the level, which is how high it was before he had his cereal the day before. He just puts it back and closes the fridge and kind of starts looking around.
Okay. Do you want to also make an awareness ent?
Sure.
Okay.
Where's awareness hiding? There it is.
2 successes. As you look around, yeah, everything seems the same. I mean, almost exactly. Like, the slight breeze you get from one of your windows that doesn't really fully close is actually swinging a bit of, like, thread that you've got going in front of it, just exactly the same way. It's odd. But everything is exactly the same.
Yeah, there's definitely a moment where he's just kind of standing there, like, eyes narrowed, listening intently, like like in case something's about to happen. And then when nothing does for a few seconds, he starts kind of looking around, thinking for a second. Then he pulls out his phone. It's in one of the pockets of his dressing gown, of course, and just unlocks it. What's the date?
It is October 3rd. It's a Friday. The time is 9:38 a.m.
What? He moves over into the laboratory, takes a look at the state of his experiments, which is all as it was before.
Yep.
There's an unfinished batch of precursors for Marcus that isn't done.
They're close to done, though. You can definitely get them finished by tonight.
The state of all his other experiments is as it was before. The ones that haven't changed. The ones that have changed, well, now haven't changed because they changed before, but now they're the same because he moves over across his laboratory where he has an ancient blackboard set up. It's one of those like classroom ones, because it's probably the only kind you can get these days. Is one from like storage rooms of old schools that are clearing out rubbish. He flips it over, and if there's anything on there, he quickly wipes it off, grabs some chalk, and starts writing along the top of the board. What? When? How? Who? Why? And then after thinking, adds where, and then immediately writes here? Webley? Everywhere? And then takes a second, looks at a clock, and then under when writes, I guess like the times he would normally sleep, because he was asleep when it happened. He writes like whenever he went to bed and whenever he intended to wake up.
So you got back from Afterglow tonight at about 11. Maybe a little before that, maybe 10:30. You did a few bits of experiments, and then you went to bed. So you probably got up at maybe 8, maybe 8:30. Went to bed just after midnight. Something like that.
So he puts that in, then he puts like the current time. And then
current time is now 9:42.
Yep. And then dash not 24 hours, and then he pulls out his actually he won't have that on him. He goes over to like his actual like the clothes he was planning on wearing today, and pulls out the gold stopwatch he has. He checks the time on that, compares it to his iPhone. At the same time,
Yeah.
he goes back over to the whiteboard. Global and local. And then under global writes iPhone servers. Under local, pocket watch on person. And then writes body question mark, and then starts and tries to work out if anything has happened, anything in the past day happened to his body specifically that might be noticeable the next day, and he's probably not going to find anything.
I don't think anything happened that would probably be noticeable, no. By the way, do you choose to, like, push the internet update on the phone? Because it does keep time locally and then checks in every so often.
He keeps an eye on it, but he does that. He goes to, like, the settings and is, like, update, but presumably it's already doing that.
Make me a technology int roll, you'll just need 1 success.
Okay.
It's like, you might not know that is the case, but save bandwidth, it doesn't all the time. 2 successes. Yeah. Okay. In which case...
So he's written the global and local, and then he thinks again and goes into some settings and presses some buttons.
Yeah. And you go sync with global time, and there's a something feels off. Please roll me a paradox dice. Just one.
Okay.
Nothing changes, but something felt a bit weird there.
Crosses through global. And then, like, in like when he wrote, like, here, Webley, everywhere, crosses through everywhere. He goes over and turns on the TV.
Okay. And in other news, seems to be pretty much the same news you remember from walking past newspapers and from maybe seeing the odd TV. You were kind of busy with experiments yesterday, but it does seem to be the same news.
He tries switching from, he just tries flicking through channels. It's going to be hard to work out, like, if anything is weird about it. Actually, if he goes to, like, the TV guide menu, and then also checks the channels, there might be some discrepancy. He's just trying to find some way in which, like, the channels aren't right. Because something isn't right in terms of,
as far
like,
as you can tell, it
connection to the
seems
rest
to be
of
the
the world.
same.
Goes back up to the whiteboard. TV inconclusive. Goes over to Watt and writes causality loop. And then writes the possible amount of time it could be, which is if it happened the moment he went to sleep and if it happened the moment before he was going to wake up.
Okay.
That's the possible time frames. Hypothesis. Repeating loop. Next loop. Check TV again. And he makes some mental notes of what programs are on a couple different channels. He just picks a few channels at random. Remember, and just is like, I can remember a number, I can remember the program. That's all I need. If they're different, then I know.
Oh boy! Well, we won't get out of this situation very easily.
The Disney Channel is annoying, but it is simple to remember.
I'm gonna need to write that down, I guess.
Hey, Mickey's voice, very memorable.
Under who, he puts a line through the middle. Above one, on one half he writes perpetrator, on the other side he writes target. Under target he writes me, question mark. Under perpetrator, he writes, do Sons of Ether use the word mage?
I guess they are allied with the traditions, so they would probably accept themselves as part of the traditions.
Okay, so he writes mage under perpetrator. With a little question mark, because it could be something else, but it's probably a mage. And then under that, dash causality, dash noetic science, question mark. And then, like, with a little note to that is, like, specific to my mind. And then
You would also maybe, like, you would accept yourself as part of mages in general, but for yourself, you would probably use the term enlightened. You are an enlightened
okay, he puts
mage,
enlightened
or you're an
then.
enlightened scientist, or whatever. And your avatar to you is known as probably the your enlightened genius, I think the term is. That's what the technocracy use.
Under, like, targets me, question mark, he also adds unintended side effect, question mark. He also goes over to his big table scattered with flasks and tests and various things, and he just takes a beaker and just drops it on the floor and then carries on with his work.
Smash. Okay.
And then his and then under what writes like note test limits. what can be turned back, geographical limits, experimental limits. Find what doesn't reset.
Speaking of which, between sessions, you do gain back either your resolve or your composure in willpower. And I believe, Werewolf, you spent some willpower last session. You would get your resolve or composure back, whichever's higher.
That's more than enough.
Sorry, continue, Benson. Just reminded me of what resets, and I'm like, that resets is totally not an in-game thing, it just resets between sessions. So yes.
On another part of the whiteboard, he writes plan, underline. Go through day as normal. Keep an eye out for differences. Yesterday, control. Today, experiment. And then he kind of stands back and thinks. And like, there's plenty that's being said in his head, but there's no one there to say it out loud to, so he's just thinking and writing things down. And then after a moment of thinking, he goes back to the thing that says plan, and then puts a time, and the time's probably like 10 p.m. or something. 10 p.m. deviate. Lady in the street.
About 9:30, I think. Let me check.
Okay, 9:30, deviate, lady in the street.
I have extensive notes with lots of timestamps. No, 9 p.m. You went pretty early because Thresher got a car back about 10-ish, 10:14 or something. So yeah, about 9 p.m.
I'll probably think of more things he adds to the whiteboard, but that's the general gist of it. Is he keeps making more notes about the possible parameters of what has been done.
Okay. So, as we leave, Hackett furiously scrolling on a whiteboard in his dressing gown. The camera over to Costa Coffee, where we see Hassan step in again to Costa Coffee, and we see behind the till Ilin Margolis look up. They see you, and if I can just scroll far enough. Go down. Ah, Hassan! Flat white? You got a lecture? I'll have it with you in a moment. If I can just, oh, thank you. And she bumbles to the coffee machine.
I'm so sorry. My phone seems to be on the fritz. Do you know what day it is?
Your phone is on the fritz and you don't know what day it is?
I mean, I'm rescheduling. I forget dates.
The 3rd of October, Friday.
Is there any hesitation in her voice, like someone who's experiencing deja vu?
Insight roll. Insight.
Insight. I love
What's insight.
What's inside? No modifiers, unfortunately.
No. There's a slight hesitance, but it's definitely the hesitance of someone going, the 3rd of October.
Yeah.
Friday.
Thank you.
It's, what, about 9:40? You have a class today?
I did, but frankly, I'm not going to go. Speaking of which, I probably should call Thomas. I quickly text my TA, cover for me, out for the morning, rather ill.
Your TA, Cameron.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cameron, right. Forget which names I give to which characters.
I have extra NPCs thanks to on-the-fly naming of people, so I've got my notes everywhere. Yeah, they text you back about a minute later. I hope you're okay. Will do.
Brilliant. Thank you. That brings up an interesting question. So Hassan goes down a list of contacts, goes to people he knows, goes to people he trusts somewhat, and calls up probably like a secretary from the downtown campus of UCL.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one thing that's on his mind is, one, is this a one-off? And the other thing is, two, is it isolated or not? He's on a similar kind of track to Hackett, but he works a bit differently. So he's going to call up this, the front of office person and asks her to call him tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Hello, this is UCL South. You've got through to the scheduling department.
I'm looking for the North Campus, the downtown campus.
Oh, I can put you right through. Don't worry.
Thank you.
You go straight through to them. Hello, this is North Campus, UCL. How can I help? This is the scheduling department.
Yeah, I need I was wondering if I could ask one of you to call me at 5 o'clock tomorrow. It's concerning a class.
Saturday. We're closed tomorrow.
Right. It's Friday for you two. I don't say that out loud. Right, today's Friday. I forgot. 1 second. Thank you for answering. I hang up and I call, I think my next door neighbor.
Okay. Nice old man next door. He looks after cats.
Do you mind calling me at 5 p.m. tomorrow?
5 p.m. tomorrow. You want me to call you? I'm sure. Is there something wrong?
Hopefully nothing.
Okay. Well, I'll put it on my my board where my daughter puts all the things I have to remember. 5 p.m. Oh, nice.
How's your cat?
Oh, they're okay. Doing fine at the moment. You know, and them's got a bit of a dodgy stomach at the moment, and
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
cleaning up. Oh, I have to go. My daughter's getting here. See you in a second.
Thank you. I hang up the phone and I grab assume my flat white is waiting for me.
There you go. That will be the ridiculous price we charge for a coffee here. Brings it up.
Yeah, I pull out the ridiculous amount of money that they charge for a coffee here. Elin, you feeling all right?
Yes. Was a bit busy this morning. We obviously students learned that it's better to get a lot of caffeine after a night out on a Thursday.
Right. Nothing strange at all
Hmm.
happening today.
Apart from you forgetting what day it is?
Well, that's the secret about getting old. It keeps happening.
It's okay, I plan to live forever, so.
Good luck with that, Elin. And good luck with your classes. Ooh. This isn't good. I go down like the long list of contacts that I have, various people, and then I settle on one that I haven't called for quite some time, and I think I might visit her instead. Instead of going to class this morning, I think I'm going to head south down to Redholme, to the Kenway Crescent Masjid.
Okay. Easy enough. There's a bus that goes from right outside the station, goes through the commercial estate, and then goes up into Redholme, and you can get off probably like 100, 200 meters away from the masjid. And the bus will be there at 10, so you probably got like just 10 minutes to wait.
Great.
Okay.
Is actually, this is a good question. Do I know any other mages in London?
No. So, with the crackdown of the second edition on a lot of the kindred or blank body or vampires, whatever you choose to call them, there's also been like some mages being caught up, in addition to the fact that a lot of mages were messed with during the Avatar Storm in 1999. And then the technocracy getting a little bit more anti-mage again more recently. So the technocracy are pretty strong in the UK and especially around London. So in general, there's not a lot of mages. You wouldn't know any in the area.
Damn. I pull out a notebook and I scribble down a couple more things. 1, seems local. 2, is it a loop? And 3, what? And then I get a terrible idea. I pull a little coil from the notebook out, a little strip of wire, and I poke my finger rather deep.
It hurts.
Yeah, it
Needs-
hurts, but we'll see if it heals up tomorrow or not.
Okay.
And while I wait for it to heal, I'll wait for the bus.
Okay. I think Hackett, when are you planning to do anything outside your apartment?
Hackett's gonna try and time picking up his suit with when he did it last time.
Okay, so that's about midday, and obviously Thresher has her 11, and she's just doing paperwork till then, right? So we'll stick with Hassan. Cameras later, bus arrives.
Yeah, get on, tap my Oyster card, and I head over. I assume nothing exciting happens on the bus.
Not really. No.
Actually, that's a good question. Can I look around, noticing who comes on, who comes off? And I'm wondering if anyone seems out of place, like maybe they're playing the whole same day over again and are very confused about it.
Okay. Make me an insight roll.
I'd love to.
Like in the TV version, there's a bit of a montage where it keeps cutting to Hackett like writing a new thing on the board, and then it goes to like Hassan doing that, where it's like Hassan is where Hackett is like make permanent mark on self, check for tomorrow, and then there's the thing break, and then it's like look for people confused, not where they were before.
And here we have the definition of a static mage versus a questing mage.
Yeah, I'm just busy being like, I could do these things, but should I yet? Or should I wait? I should observe.
And
then
Hassan's like,
we gotta find out what's going on here. I'm gonna test things and find out.
yeah, I'm not repeating the same day over again. I already lived that once. Let's just focus on the problem at hand.
Okay. You with 3 successes on your insight, doesn't seem anything out of place. No one looks like they're wondering what's happening, or like they're confused, or like they're testing the limits of their reality. Everyone just seems like they're going about their business. Most people getting on seem to be going to the commercial estate. There are a few who seem like they're coming back and going to Red Home, but the vast majority of people on this bus do look like they're just going to go shopping.
Sleepers are still sleeping is the next note added to the notebook.
Okay.
If this is a question for the GM side of things, if, for example, this were a very weird dream, would I be able to tell using spirit?
Ooh. So, dream. It depends on the dream. Normally that would be mind, but you might be able to tell if there were any other people in your dream, or if people existed. If you use spirit in a dream, if it's a normal dream, in general, all you will get back is, I'm the only person here. This is me. And
Right.
you would tell that everyone around you didn't have a spirit. So if you want to, you can certainly fire that off. That'll be just a plain old spirit plus wits.
I think that would be a brilliant idea. Because this is quite possibly someone trapping me instead of someone trapping several people. But I miss.
Unfortunately, as you feel out with your magic, you're still uncertain about what's going on. There's a little bit of anxiety about okay, what is going on? Am I going to be trapped here forever?
I would like to try and spend a willpower to reroll that.
You may indeed reroll 3 dice then, because you have 3 failures.
Oh wow, that is not what I intended to do. Hold on.
Whoops, that is rolling your entire willpower pool.
Oops. Ignore that.
Okay, 2. With 2, reaching out, it does seem pretty normal as you reach out. Yes, this is exactly what you normally expect. The people around you seem to be people, as far as you can tell from the spirit side of things. The only thing that stands out is that there is an ongoing spirit effect on you.
On me particularly.
Yes. It looks like there is a spell on you, but it's not a spell that seems to be actively doing something. It seems like it is more just like a static kind of snapshot.
What will it take to try and figure out exactly what the spell on me is? Because Riyadh
In
can
spirit.
sense spirit, but in
Yeah.
spirit. Let's try that then. Because that means that someone probably decided to do this. It wasn't an accident.
Okay.
2 successes.
Do you wish to willpower?
Yeah, I actually will.
Okay, you can reroll 2 of those dice. So 3.
Successes.
What you can tell is whatever spell is lodged on you consists of several spheres, most of which you don't know. So it consists of spirit, that's the only one you know. It consists of several others you don't know, and all you can tell is the spirit part is conferring with other bits of the spell. You don't even know how many spheres, you don't know how powerful the spheres are, but you do know that there is a spirit component. And it doesn't appear like it's doing much. It seems to be, if anything, it's recording.
But there is no correspondence component, which means that it's probably not, to Hassan's mind, it means it's probably not targeted and repeated. It was an area of effect or something along those lines.
That is certainly a possible reading of it, yes.
Shite. Another page in the notebook. Time, obviously. So that has a full stop next to it. Spirit, obviously, full stop next to it. Prime, question mark. Correspondence, crossed out. Life, question mark. And that's as much as he gets. The big thing that's now crossing Hassan's mind is, if this is an area of effect, it's likely not just him. And of course there are other mages. But where are they? And how does he find them out?
So at that point, the bus stops at your stop. You're now in Redholm, which I guess we can look up on the map since we haven't really interacted with Redholm yet.
Not yet. I'll tap right home.
It used to be a small village, but rapidly grew through the early 20th century, filled with mostly mixed residential housing and some local commercial developments. The area is well cared for by a local group of councillors who have strong-armed any attempt to overdevelop the area or subsume it into Webley proper.
Probably a good thing considering Webley is now part of London and overcrowded as hell. Feels kind of like home. I think this is where Hassan spent most of his younger days, even though he since moved downtown and his family's also no longer in town. And I head my way to the masjid where I'm hoping Jamila al-Muiz will be, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. So you get to what is effectively like a converted house on a curve of the road, which is perfectly situated and probably very specifically picked, because this house is on the bit of the road that curves south here, which that might ping. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that the back wall of the house faces directly towards Mecca, and was probably picked for that reason. As you enter, you are greeted by a man, probably mid-30s, beard, with a mustache, unlike Hassan going on, who you know by the name of Imam Yusuf Al-Jafar. Salam, brother.
Malcolm salam. I'm looking for Jamila. She usually takes one of the back rooms here.
She is not here. Last time she was here was 3 weeks ago.
Did she leave anything behind?
You're welcome to look. I know you're an associate of hers, and she has mentioned you many times.
The last time you saw her, how did she seem?
It is difficult to read her. She can be very guarded. But from what I understand, she seemed maybe a little bit rattled. She was in a hurry when she left.
Did she
She
seem
did
rattled?
say if you popped by to let you have the run of our office.
Thank you. Shukranullah. When you say she seemed rattled, how long was she rattled for? Was this a several day thing?
No, it was only on her way out. Literally, she closed her door, came to me, and went out the front.
Rushed off.
Pretty much.
Okay. Well, inshallah, she'll come back soon. Take care of yourself.
You too.
And I head towards the office.
As you get to the door, it opens to your touch. Wings wide.
What did you get yourself into? And I start looking through everything. I've been here before. I know how she would usually keep things. Is anything immediately out of place?
Make me investigation in roll.
Of course. 2 successes.
As you look around, there is a sense that if there was anything that she would normally keep here that might be important, clandestine, secretive, it's not here anymore. It's gone. Her filing cabinets that, well, weren't really filled with documents. They were just filled with stuff, are empty. Her desk, equally empty.
I close my eyes and I meditate for a second. She was in a rush. Would she be as clean as she would have liked? Not 100% sure. Where would things drop? I immediately look towards the waste bin and corners near the desk. Is there anything she left behind in a rush? Anything she left behind for me?
Under the investigation roll you've already done, no. It does look like she cleans the place out. She is good at being secretive and covering her tracks. So if she had intended not to leave anything behind for prying eyes to see, no. She might have left something for you, but it wouldn't be covered by just a normal investigation, if so.
Right. Exactly what I wanted to hear. I start reaching out with probably spirit would be or correspondence. I reach out with the spheres I know. I'm sensing if there's anything magical in the area. Best I can. What would correspond? Okay, so here's a good question for both the chat and myself. Correspondence 1. What does that gives me a sensing of?
It gives you sense of place, but it gives you perfect sense of place. Like you would know exactly how far it is to the wall you look at. If you had hold of one shoe and were like, where is the other shoe? It would be able to be like, if it's nearby, you would kind of know where this other shoe is because they're part of a pair, they match, they're connected. So with correspondence 1, and what's your others? Forces 2. Give me a forces plus wits roll.
That I can do. There's one thing
5.
Hassan is good at.
Okay. Quite easily, as you reach out to sense if there's any kind of weird forces going on, you feel the stuff you normally do. You feel the pull of gravity. You feel the molecular bonds inside you that have those atomic forces. You feel the light playing through the window nearby. And then you notice that some of the light is bending ever so slightly through the glass, which probably shouldn't be doing. There is something going on there, and you can feel like a slight charge on the glass itself, which glass really shouldn't be able to charge like that normally. There is something going on with that glass. Something has been laid there in a pattern. Even with 5, I'll let you know it's an intricate pattern that looks like someone's maybe even written something. It is something specific.
There's like a great big grin on his face as he leans back on the desk, places his cane to the side, and undoes the pattern like he would have done so many years ago when he first learned the sphere, to try and see what the message is beyond, because there is one. There has to be one.
Right.
It's a force to roll.
Yeah, if you want to use the forces arret. What are you trying to do with this? Are you just trying to remove the pattern, or are you trying to do something specific with it?
I'm trying to decipher. Okay, so the light's bending around it. So first thing I want to do is try and move the light back to its normal position. Because usually when light's bending something, it's hiding something, at least to Riyadh's knowledge. If there is basically if there's something hidden within the pattern here, other than the fact that it's charged to begin with, he wants it revealed.
Okay.
And he thinks the best way to do that is step by step, slowly undoing what it was until we find probably a mundane hidden message underneath. Or maybe something even more special.
Make a forces arret. This is going to be coincidental because no one's watching and no one's paying attention that closely to exactly how the light is playing across this window.
For a split second, Riyadh just walks back to the door, locks it closed with the bloodied hand, and goes back.
Okay.
Might come in handy later, who knows? Leaving DNA around. 3 successes.
Okay. As you kind of forcibly bend the light through, no real change happens. I mean, obviously you sense the ripples kind of pull and straighten out, but then you kind of let it go the other way and see what happens. And as you bend it the other way and magnify the effect, the area where the light was bending through becomes opaque, black. You can't see through it. Light isn't going through that area. And suddenly it stands out. Gone, hunting, look after Webley.
And as usual, not a single damn clue as to what you were hunting. Ya Allah. I return the spell back to its normal state. And I pick up my cane. If there's anything left here, I'm probably not even meant to find it. And I head out. There's one other big thing that I remember doing the other day, and that was that SUV. This time I'll be a bit less secretive about it.
So, as you wait for the bus to head back to Webley, we cut over to Mind Evolution, where Dr. Thresher is awaiting her 11 a.m. appointment with Wallace Lockwood.
Before
yeah.
he shows up, I would remember, yesterday I asked Mindy if she got his number, and I crumpled it up and I stuck it in my purse or my bag. I want to see if that is still in there. So I hear him come in and it like triggers the memory of, I shoved his number in my bag. So I'm quickly trying to rifle through to see if the crumpled up piece of paper is in there.
The crumpled up piece of paper is not in there. Neither is the card that Marcus Alexander gave you.
Okay. I make a note about that and I try to think like, did I put it somewhere? And then just kind of like a wave of confusion hits me, but I try to like center myself before this patient walks in for his appointment.
It was that Thresher gave a card to Marcus, right?
Thresher gave a card to Marcus, right? Okay, so you still have the extra cards that you gave to Marcus and to Hackett. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, you have them. You haven't given them away. Yes, and you don't have the number. At about 11 a.m., there is a light knock at the door, very tentative. Dr. Thresher, Wallace Lockwood is here. Dr. Thresher, we've got Wallace Lockwood here to see you.
Yes, send him in for his appointment, right?
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted me to open the door or not.
Yeah, you're fine. Thank you, Mindy.
Okay. You can go in now. And in walks the gangly ginger youth, Wallace Lockwood. Dr. Thresher, am I okay to sit down?
Yes, I would recommend sitting down. It's the most. You can lie down even if you'd like.
It's nice to meet you, he says, definitely looking at your cleavage and your legs.
I would reach my hand out to shake his hand. And I notice
Ooh.
once again that he's doing this.
Very soft hands. It sits
Yes,
down. Oh, this couch is quite soft.
Are his hands soft?
Yeah, I would say they're baby soft. Yeah.
Your hands are soft as well. Do you use lotion?
Oh yes, I use lotion before and after. Mother always told me to use the lotion.
Yes. What kind? I guess that you're here because of your mother.
Yes, mother passed away about a month ago.
And how are you doing with that?
Well, it's difficult. She always liked me, and we got on so very well. And then when she passed, I found she'd given everything to my sister, to my sister Eliza.
As he says that, I go, this is exactly what he said yesterday. And I start doing some like experiments of my own with trying to see what kind of responses I get from him with similar questions. And if I get any variations. So it says here that your sister got most of the land.
Oh yes, she got the land, she got the stables and the rest of the mansion. I only got a measly 4 million. Bought a place in Oakridge with it. It's just very unfair.
All right. When he says measly 4 million, I have a moment of something is very wrong, and I can't let this patient see me nervous about it.
Mm-hmm.
A measly 4 million. I mean, that must have been a huge blow, considering how much is your family estate worth?
Maybe 40, 50 something. Well, including the art collection. I only got one Monet, actually. It was very unfair. I didn't even like the Monet.
The Monet, do you...
And I didn't get any of the horses. Not that I have the stables now to even put them in.
I understand. I mean, that must be a huge pain point for you, but the Monet specifically, was it your mother's Monet?
Oh, yes, it belongs to Mother.
Does that not bring you a sense of peace knowing it was your mother's
Oh, yes.
Monet?
Well, I spend most of my evenings with a bottle of wine looking at the Monet, missing her and how she... I mean, I obviously still love her. She was a lovely lady, and she was my best friend.
When you say best friend, does that mean that you did everything together?
Look a little bit like her, even.
As he's saying these things, I'm just... My gears are turning. I look like your mother.
A little bit.
Do you have a picture of her on your phone? I would love to see a picture of your mother. What does she look like?
She looks like you in the sense that she's also kind of a similar build, with dark hair, kind of a stern, like, look. But she's also a bit older than you. Like, she was probably, I want to say 50, maybe, you think?
Okay.
Other than that, not particularly close resemblance. The only thing that you share in common, especially, I mean, other than dark hair, which, you know, like 80% of the population or whatever, is probably the ability to have a stern look and look like you are maybe controlling or in control.
Okay. May I ask you again why your mother passed away?
A heart condition.
Is that run in your family?
I don't know. I don't really talk to father anymore. I mean, Eliza does. I stood by mother after they broke up, and Eliza betrayed her, and she gives everything to her.
I can see that you are very upset about Eliza and your sister's relationship with your father.
Oh, yes. Bloody unfair.
Well, you realize that life isn't always fair, right?
It should be. I looked after mother. I was close to her. And she would tuck me in at night, and she goes and does this.
Do you have access to the will?
Well, one of my lawyers does.
maybe for next session you should bring the will and we can look it over. There has to be a reason as to why your mother, who cared so deeply and was your best friend, gave everything to your sister, except for a measly 4 mil.
Yes. Do you know about these things?
I'm a little bit familiar with law. Yes, I've studied a bit of it myself, so I could provide some insight.
Very well.
Perhaps we could
I'll
meet.
let you take control, and maybe you can help.
Yes, and since this is a different kind of matter, perhaps you and I could set up a time to meet after and look over the will if you could get access to it by tonight.
You want to meet up tonight?
Tonight, tomorrow, we could find a time.
No. Tonight is great. I would normally play polo, but I don't have any horses at the moment. So yes, I can look at my schedule.
You said you're
very much.
in Oakwich, correct?
Oh yes. I mean, it's probably okay by the standards of Yanks, but it's got no
I'm
stable.
currently staying in Oakwich.
Oh, yes. So you're close.
Yes, I have a few questions though before we go ahead with this. You said that you hang out by your Monet and you drink.
Yes, I do. I drink a bottle of water. Did I say that? Yes.
I'm happy to hear that you were drinking.
Would you
I
like
feel
to come over and see the Monet?
Perhaps we could set up a time for that, or we could meet for a walk.
Well, if you want to walk to mine, we can look at the Monet together.
I have to just ask, I noticed you said that you would let me be in control. Is that something that you are afraid of, losing control or being in control?
Oh, no. Mother always told me what to do and how to do it, and she was very hands-on, and I think that's very it's a good trait in a mother and a woman.
How old are you?
I turned 20 2 weeks ago.
I wonder, have you ever allowed yourself to be in control?
I mean, I'm a big boy now. She, as mother said, but I don't mind. An older woman being in control.
Do you ever just put your foot down and say, "This is what I'm going to do"?
I mean, maybe
have you ever done that?
You can show me.
I could give you tools that maybe could help you learn that, but one of the things that I need you to work on is your confidence.
Yes. If you want to bring some tools tonight,
I will. I'll bring my book. We'll go through chapter 6, and maybe we could look over that will.
Yes. I'll get the Mono ready.
Yes, you should get the Monet ready, and I have all your information, so
yes.
I will just send you a message after. And if you talk with Mindy about it, say it's for legal counsel, because she is aware of my law background.
Yes. You and me together, of course. I want. Yes. I'll go book my my next session.
Yes, you should. You should book up to 6, I think.
Yeah. You know what? I'll book 2 months. As he gets up and
That's a
walks
good
towards
step.
the door,
That's a good
holding a
step.
cushion at waist height.
I pretend to not notice that, and I look him in his eyes. I'm proud of you. You just made a decision. You made 8 appointments instead of 6. Keep that up.
Yes. I look forward to being with you tonight. He goes to the door and throws the cushion and heads out. Oh my.
Mindy, just get him scheduled for a few more sessions.
Oh yes. Thank you. 8 months. Yes. Mr. Lockwood. Okay. Here's my number. We have your number. Here's my number again. It's for legal purposes. I have to go.
After he leaves, I'm going to walk out to Mindy.
You see Mindy there. As you walk out, she flinches.
Did he get his appointment scheduled?
Yes, he wanted me to schedule 8 recurring appointments at the same time, and
Yes.
he paid in advance. He also
Did you
right
see
at eye
it as
level.
well? Yes. He's got a lot to work through, I think, so it's good that he booked 2 months worth. I would just prepare for that. Maybe each visit, just be aware. Also, what time is it? Why don't you take an early lunch, Mindy?
Oh,
Take an extended one.
okay. Thank you. I will be back in time to process a lot of the stuff for later. You've got Seraphina Asquith, followed by Florence Locke.
The new patient, right?
Yes. She called up yesterday and wanted an appointment.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mindy. I'm going to take care of some paperwork here, and then I will be heading out for lunch myself. So don't
Okay.
worry about locking up. I can do it.
Sure. Okay. Yes.
And-
hurries out.
Go back in my office and get my phone out. Because
Okay.
at this point, Chester, the appointment was a little different.
Mhm.
But with Wallace, he said so many of the same things. And I want to see if I could text Dr. Fates because I know he's very busy. Sometimes he doesn't pick up my calls.
Mhm.
So I'm going to try to send him a text.
Okay. What do you send?
And I'm going to say, I know that you're busy right now. Things are going well here. There's been something with timing. I'm trying to phrase it in a way that's kind of hidden. Timing isn't quite what I thought it would be here. Period. Is this normal? Question mark. I'll send it off.
Might take a little while. It has to be pointed out that a lot of the traditions are very cautious about mobile phones these days, partly Second Inquisition, but also because the technocracy are much better at tracking mages via technology, and they kind of have that all on lockdown, unless you're the virtual adepts. So he normally gets back, but it can take up to, depending on what's going on, anywhere between a few hours and even a week in some cases if he's busy doing other things. Okay. Yeah, you send the message off.
I do not go to the Twisted Root for lunch. Everything feels a little bit more, not panicky, but very much like there's something very wrong and I need to try to piece some of this together because I don't know of any other mages here. I don't know anybody really here besides Mindy and the bartender, Jules. So I'm going to maybe flip through the notes of the patients I saw yesterday, or I thought was yesterday, and see if where I had written in the notes about our sessions, if it's all gone.
All gone.
I'm gonna pack up early and I'm gonna head over to Red Letter
Okay.
for my book signing and maybe just observe the people trickling in to see who's coming to it and if it's the same people as yesterday.
Yeah. You get there early and you see people starting to queue up and they realize, oh, she's here already. Oh, okay. So
And-
before we get to the actual signing though, we're going to segue past Hassan. Not Hassan, Hackett. Hackett, you're going for the same time as normal?
Yep.
Okay. About midday, you walk into Hornsby and Sons, and we see the severe form of Miss Hornsby bustling around the back. Mr. Hackett, one moment, I'm just finishing up back here.
No problem. And
You-
Alfred's gonna be like while she's not looking, leering around, is anything different? This is all as it was before?
Make me an awareness roll.
Also, Alfred has put on the exact same clothes as he wore the previous time, in case that matters. Two.
Seems to be, as far as you can tell, all the same. Now, as you look very closely at one of the suits nearby that you got quite hands-on with last time, you had a very close look. So you're like, is this all the same? Has it moved? You would look fantastic in that one. Did you want to pick something up? Just your suit, or are you looking to buy something else?
Just to pick up for today. I think you.
Very well.
Ready,
I see you've paid for it already. I have it just behind the counter.
Excellent. Alfred's definitely like.
Is work going
more
well?
Stuttery than last time. Yes. It's been a weird start to the day though. You know when you just have deja vu. Can't seem to shake it.
It happens to us all. I think it's something to do with a trick of the mind, just perceiving events or something. I never really went that far with my psychology. There's your spare buttons to the waistcoat should anything come off.
Oh, thank you very much. Excellent.
Is that all today?
Yes. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Very perfunctory today.
Sorry, my mind's just in other places.
Do not worry. It happens to us all. Had a trying few days.
Well, thank you anyway. This looks excellent. I'll make sure to try it on tonight.
I'm sure. And I hope tomorrow goes better for you than today.
Same. To you and to myself.
Thank you.
I'm gonna walk out.
Okay.
And then as I'm walking away, I'm like, wish I remembered how it went last time. Butterfly effect could ruin the entire experiment.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Hassan's like, I'm gonna crash an SUV.
I'm just dying. I'm sorry. But Hackett's like, butterfly effect. I must repeat everything as great as possible. And Hackett's like, first of all, I'm going to get my wallet back the first time. Second.
As I forget that
like,
time loop,
butterfly
that
effect, I
asshole
must
stole
be
my
very
wallet.
cautious. I must make the control and then change the small variables. Hassan's like, if I shake the tree, something will fall out.
Exactly. Because it always does. That's one thing you can count on. You cause a mess, there'll be something pushing back.
So, you get back to campus, Hassan. You're
Is
looking
he
for a black SUV?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so about midday you get back. Yeah, there's the SUV, same spot.
I take a picture of it with my phone. This time I don't talk to the janitor, don't talk to anyone, but I do increase the rate of increase the coefficient of friction on the gravel and the wheels so that it's approximately impossible to move.
Okay.
Forces. I'm trying.
So you want to increase the friction coefficient, or like the force of friction, for how long? It is stationary right now.
For long enough to go on there and rap on the window.
Okay, so effectively, the scene, you want the friction to be increased, so that's +1. Okay, force of a car. I will say this is probably going to be 2 successes. Okay, sure. It's probably easier if you just target the ground below it, and it's a flat tarmac surface, not gravel, so the gravel's not going to move. Car-like area. Oh, it's going to need to be 3, because you're going to need to target a car-like area to be able to affect it, plus the scene, plus the effect. 3 successes. Yeah, give it a go. A ret plus forces.
1 success. I'm going to willpower that.
Okay, 2 dice.
2 dice.
Okay, you get your 3 successes. I will also need you to roll me Paradox because this is a thing you're doing. People will be able to see the effect. 1 dice. Just 1, though.
1 dice. Okay. So quick roll. Oh no, I could just actually roll
Use the Paradox button. Yeah.
Paradox button. There we go.
No change. So as
Brilliant.
you talk to yourself and you gesture, the tattoos ripple with power.
I repeat to myself, Allah, Al-Qawi, the all-strong. No, actually, Al-Mateen, the firm or steadfast. Again and again, Al-Mateen, Al-Mateen, almost like sounding like a mantra or a song, until such time as I feel like the floor has firmed up enough underneath the car.
And as you like invoke, asking for the Almighty to kind of effect for you, through you channel this power, you feel it take hold. And it is firm, like that friction has been greatly increased and will be for the hour. In an area roughly the size of the car, directly below the car.
Brilliant. It's exactly what I wanted to hear. I walk up, bold as brass, and I rap on the window with my cane.
As you begin to walk up, the car tries to reverse. And because the tires are now incredibly stuck to the ground, I'm going to have to make a roll. Two successes. The tires begin to tear. As they put it in reverse, and the tire is literally stuck to the ground with pure friction, the tire can't lift away from the ground.
Mhm.
And so you see the tire slightly deform, and then bits of tire, as the car does move, by leaving tire stuck to the ground. It leaves, skid marks,
Yep.
but thicker, as chunks of tire come off, and the car lurches backwards and then just stops after only about 2 foot of movement. Bits of tire left stuck to the ground in its wake.
I mean, here's the thing. I couldn't actually stop the car, but I could stop the tires from functioning. That's exactly what I needed. I rap on the window. You all right?
As you get up to the car and you go to rap on the window, the door opens on the driver's side, and a man with a very smart but plain black suit, white shirt, black tie, black sunglasses steps out. Excuse me, sir, can you step away from the vehicle?
I stay where I am, but I don't get any closer because there's
steps
enough space
around.
for the door. Something wrong. I mean, well, I shouldn't
This is
ask.
a diplomatic vehicle. I need you to step away.
I take it. I step away, but I go around so I can look inside the vehicle as I do so.
Okay, make me a wits awareness roll.
Oh boy, 2 successes though.
Let's see how quickly he can close the thing.
Just burning willpower today, folks.
Yeah. You get a glimpse inside. You see that there's one individual in the passenger seat who seems to be also in a black suit. And then you can see in the back 2 people who appear to be in tactical rig. And they do have compact assault rifles of some kind. You're not sure with the quick glance, but they have effectively a long arm of some description. And they're in full on SWAT / light military kind of regalia. Kitted, no insignia, obvious at the moment.
As I step back, I'm going to reach out with spirit. I want to... No, actually. I'm going to try and sense if any of these people are what I would determine as benevolent.
Okay, you wish to use your faith ability from True Faith. 1 dot. You spend your 1 dot. Make me a wits +1. So you'll need to use quick roll for this, but it's whatever your wits +1 would be.
Paradox wouldn't count then, I guess?
No, because this is True Faith. It is non-magical.
I love that. Quick roll. We've got... 3 successes.
No, they would not count as benevolent under your paradigm.
Now I reach out with spirit. Any of these seem like they're
You've got Spirit 1, right?
yeah, I've got spirit 1.
Okay. What's your intention with feeling them out?
Any of these different than the average human?
Okay, make me a wits spirit.
Lots of investigative rolls today. This is fun. I like this. 0 modifiers. 3 successes again.
3 successes. With spirit, they do all appear to be, as far as you can tell with spirit, normal human-ish spirit. The limits of this, it would be hard to tell if someone's a mage. You would probably need maybe 4 or 5, and that's against someone who's not trying to shield themselves. You would be able to probably tell werewolf with 3. You would probably be able to tell vampire with 3. You would be able to tell about other spirit effects going on. So, yeah, doesn't appear to be any of those.
If I tried to re-roll and got a success, I could possibly tell if one of them was a mage or not.
Yes. Unless they were deliberately shielding themselves, and then it depends on how many successes they would have on their roll to try and obfuscate that.
I'm willing to risk it, even though I think Werewolf thinks there's no mages here. Hassan wants to be sure. Nope, not sure at all. I am so sorry. I just seem to be getting in the way today. Hold on a second. I lean back on the cane because, you know, I'm clearly a man who needs it. And that's true. Hassan actually does need it so he doesn't feel pain when he walks. But what exactly brings a diplomatic vehicle, especially one without flags?
Security, sir. The ambassador for Estonia is visiting, talking to the provost.
Would I know enough about Estonia to know if an ambassador would involve 2 heavily armed men, fairly heavily armed men sitting in
Academics, int.
Because something doesn't seem right about this. 3 successes
3.
again.
So typically, no, they'd have their own driver, etc. But it could be that the Metropolitan Police Service do have a diplomatic protection detail. It could be that.
Does these look like the Met?
These guys in suits, no, but
Yeah.
it could be that they are undercover. Diplomatic protection officers typically do just wear smart plain suits with light body armor underneath. Diplomatic protection service are allowed to be armed. That is one important fact. There are only a couple of things in the UK in terms of which the police are allowed to be armed. Diplomatic protection is one of them.
I am so sorry about your vehicle. Then, do you know what? You probably don't care about me asking questions. I'm curious as to what exactly happened. This is what I'm at.
He pulls out a ID badge, shows it to you. Metropolitan Diplomatic Protection Service, closes it.
I was more referring to the gigantic chunks of wheel on the ground. That's the mad bit.
I do not know about that, sir. That is a concern. It could be that someone has sabotaged the vehicle so that we cannot protect our charge. As such, I would ask you to step away while me and my colleagues inspect the vehicle.
Are we in danger then?
I do not know, sir. That is why I would like you to step away from the vehicle, please.
Of course.
Go about your duties.
Hard to tell if I can after seeing that. I step away and keep walking. And I think I'll head towards my normal schedule, because about this time is probably when I'd head over towards Costa. But I write down everything I can, knowing that probably it's going to be gone the next time. But at least this way, it'll stick in the brain a little better.
Okay.
Oh no, what happened to your tires? I couldn't possibly know.
Later on, there's going to be a news article about, like, a local diplomatic vehicle was stuck to the road earlier, and people are suspecting it was some kind of thing to do with a nearby skyscraper focusing sunlight onto the patch of the road.
Well, I mean, you know, Who knows? Really?
The sleepers always find a way to make it make sense.
Okay, so that brings us to after midday. Hackett, you've not got anything until...
I think at 5 is when I would have my tutoring appointment. The Hackett already knows isn't happening, but he's going to attend anyway, just to see if anything happens.
We have the book signing, and Hassan pops to Costa. Okay. Right, you didn't pop to Costa in your last loop. You actually chose to have lunch and watch the SUVs. So are you popping to Costa this time, then?
I think Hassan is nervous enough that he probably thinks this is what he did, despite the fact that he has a packed lunch. So yeah, I think I do.
You head over to Costa. Ellen looks up. Wrong voice. I did wonder if I would see you again. You did seem a little bit off this morning, so...
You're right. I'm rather
Definitely
off.
a second cup of coffee a day?
I think it might be a 3.
Okay. Another flat white?
Whatever's good.
It's all good when it's made by me.
I mean to say, what is the newest thing?
We now have gestures to like a couple of different syrups that are on the side. We now have a pumpkin maple syrup.
Sounds lovely. I rip open a small page from my notebook, one of the ones that has some information on it, and I tuck it underneath the counter on my side. Hopefully there's a piece of gum there or something that'll just stick to it and keep it there for a while.
You kind of like lodge it behind like a little bit. There's like a little gap between the bar and like the actual like bit at the top, and you can kind of just wedge it in there.
Yep, that's exactly what I do
Okay.
while I wait. And I leave a big tip. So day's been going quite well then.
Well, it's okay. It's a long shift. But as I mentioned earlier, it's normally a bit busier on a Friday morning.
Yeah. Friday morning. I hate Fridays.
Something got you down in particular this morning?
You ever have the feeling that maybe you've all done it before? You know?
Like deja vu.
I'm having a lot of that today. It's been very eerie, to be honest. That and one of my closest friends happens to be out of town on a rather difficult journey, kind of praying that she makes it safe and sound. Stuff like that. It adds up. How's your courses going?
It's going okay. We finally actually get to do some vaguely interesting stuff this year, rather than all the introduction to archaeology lectures and the history of archaeology.
You sound like my first years.
First year's the world over. What is new?
Well, you know what? Sometimes you need to repeat the basics so people understand where you start from. At least that's what I always tell people.
True. I
Doesn't
guess
your
once you
professor-
repeat something enough times, you become an expert in it.
That's the whole history behind my profession, supposedly. I write things down the same time, multiple times over, and hopefully someone thinks, hey, he seems like he knows what he's doing. I don't, though. I just have more questions than answers. Of course,
But
I
at
am
least you
theologian.
know you have the questions, rather than thinking you have the answers.
Is the one thing I have learned over a long time asking questions. Every question leads to another 2 questions. But the fun is in answering as many as you can before you die.
You know, when I die, I'm going to get buried with a canopic jar, a Viking helmet with horns, and maybe like what else? Maybe like some terracotta, like really hunky, like men and women next to me. And
Oh,
that
that
way I
sounds
can generate as many questions as possible for whoever digs up my grave in however many hundred of years.
Sounds brilliant. You're just going to shove me in a white sheet and be done with it.
That sounds a bit cheat.
Well, It might be for modesty. I'm not 100% sure. Traditions are like that. Also, last thing you want to do is bury someone in clothes. It's just going to go to waste.
True. I guess your body is going to go to waste as well.
Well, after I'm done with it, hardly anyone can use it anymore. Hopefully. Unless I die young, in which case, well, I gave it my best shot.
Well, hopefully that won't be anytime soon. You are one of my better tippers.
Elin, if something were off, you would tell me, right?
That hat, bit of a... I'm kidding.
Yeah.
The hat looks good for you. It covers up more of your face.
I think I'm going to take my coffee over next door. Right, there's that book signing going on today.
Oh, that pop culture bullshit.
Yeah. You know what my favorite quote from it is? The only way through life is to live it through grief. What the bloody hell does that mean?
I prefer imagine grief manifesting as a drink. It's dark and luscious and tastes lovely.
I can't tell if I prefer the one where the words just keep going or the one where the words don't say enough. But they're both bad.
So why are you going there again?
I want to look at a book. Also, to be honest, I could use a break from everything. And the more things I do different from my normal schedule, the better off I am. I wink. This time very cryptic.
It does sound like you're having a midlife crisis.
That's my secret, my dear. I'm always having a midlife crisis.
Okay. Maybe you need something stronger than coffee. They say as they push the coffee towards you.
I don't drink. Much. At least not to get drunk. You have a good day. I have no doubt I'll probably see you again. Hopefully not before the day's over. How long is your shift? I say as I walk
until
out.
6.
6 sounds good. And I head next door.
Okay. Meanwhile, next door, Dr. Thresher, you sit down and people start queuing up to get their book signed.
I would try to notice what they're all saying and if they're the same people. So I'm just going to make note and see if it just all remains the same.
I'm Craig. Thank you so much. It really helped me get a handle on my grief. Really dig into it.
Yes, I'm happy to hear that, Craig. Should I make it out to Craig?
Yeah.
How many times have you read the book?
3. Especially that bit where you had to take responsibility for your own actions through the grief. Actually made me feel like I had a lifeline to hang on to when I felt so alone.
Yes, taking responsibility for your grief and embracing it is everything you need to do. But you said 3 times.
Yeah, 3 times. Is that not enough?
That's wonderful. I hope you enjoy it for a 4th, and I hand it back and make a mental note about the 3.
Okay. Thank you. And as people file in, you go through them. They do seem all the same.
Okay. I'll go through the motions of signing all the books and looking around and just, does it like literally feel like the same exact day? Just looking around, like people are doing the same things and...
Make me an int awareness roll.
Okay. Int awareness.
Mm-hmm.
4 success.
For you, it feels almost the same, right? Up until a man with like a beard and a kind of flat cap walks in with a cane.
That deviates from the literal replay of yesterday. Okay.
Hassan doesn't know it deviates because Hassan didn't come here last time, but you know it deviates.
I am just going to continue to sign the books. I know there was like a smattering of people. It wasn't like a huge crowd. And I'm just going to watch out of my peripherals who I don't know is Dr. Hassan, but this person who just deviated from what happened yesterday.
Hassan, you walk in, you notice a woman in a very chic suit with a Chanel handbag, signing a book, and next to a cutout of herself looking very grim and very stern with a book. Definitely, you instantly know, that's Dr. Thresher, it's on the sign.
Okay, last time I was here, because I did come here after the talk.
You missed her just
by a hair. Was the sign all out? I would remember that.
It was being put away.
I think Hassan would say to the clerk,
Yep.
"Oh, right. That's out."
Oh, yes, with Dr. Thresher in. Not your kind of thing.
Not precisely. Got the book
Oh.
as a gift.
Are you looking for something maybe a bit more of a decent provenance?
I'm looking for a gift, actually. I'm trying to remember the words I said last time. Something special.
Oh, well, we have a second edition of Alice in Wonderland.
I'd love to take a look at it. Do you mind?
Sure. Have to be careful. It is worth, I mean, to you, especially with the loyalty card, I can knock a bit off, but it's in the region of £2,500.
Yeah, I feel like that might be out of my price range, but the chance to look at one. They're gonna have an eye on this like a hawk, right? Is there a lamp nearby?
I mean, there's a few, yeah.
If I were to increase the amount of electricity going in there, magnify it a little bit, make it go boom. Just the one.
Sure. Bear in mind that, like, your casting actions are still very visible and noticeable. And you are now in a bookstore with, I guess it's not that many, but still 10 people.
I think all I'm going to do is take another page from my notebook while they turn around to get the book. And as I go to grab it, try and just quickly slip it in. So how many people check this out?
Make a sleight of hand dexterity roll then.
Sleight of hand. Dex.
Oh,
Would
larceny,
larceny?
sorry. Yeah.
This is D&D, right?
Totally.
I'm just boring. I'm putting pages and pages. I know. Bloody hell, no, that's not happening. I'm re-rolling that.
Okay. How
But
many
at least-
willpower do you have left?
One more plus I used up the true faith point, I think. You spend it on that roll, right?
Yeah, you spend it to use it, yeah.
One more left.
Okay.
It's a very busy day.
One. Okay. So bear in mind, if you do go to 0 willpower, you are like completely drained. You suffer penalties. So be careful. If you want to spend that last one, you will be then utterly like exhausted.
Mhm.
Let's see if they spot you. Roll 3 dice. 2.
Bloody hell.
As you try and slip this in, Mr. Hassan, did you not? This is a very, very expensive book.
I use it kind of like I realize what they're saying. I use it kind of like a glove to turn the page to make it seem like I'm trying to be very careful.
Well, we have some special. It pulls out like a box of very fine synthetic gloves. If you want to use these.
Oh, perfect. I pretend to flip through while I take a look around. While I'm here, because this isn't a place I've been to last time, does anyone seem kind of the same roll I made on the bus? Does anyone seem kind of off?
Wits roll.
Awareness
And I
roll.
guess the one I'm interested in, manipulation subterfuge from Dr. Thresher.
Okay. I'm watching him like a hawk while being attentive.
He is new, so yes. You won't have a baseline for him. Yeah. Hassan, as far as you're aware, everyone here is kind of like with it together, but this is the first time you've been here. If you come in here like the next cycle, you will be able to tell if something's off baseline, but this is just kind of the vague gist you get right now is people are doing their thing.
I think because Hassan's not trying to cover up that he's taking a glance around the room, I do think Thresher would notice that he did do a scan of the room as he pretends to flip through a book. I'll give
Okay,
you that.
we can sense other people, but I think I right now I would just be maybe doing an insight or something on him to get a feel for like, is he
Insight
actually looking at
wits?
this book or is he like doing something else right now?
Sure.
Okay. So should I just do an insight?
If that's what you want to do, yeah.
I'm not trying to hide it, I'll be honest.
Okay. And would I do int
Wits.
for that? Wits. Okay. 1 success.
He's acting a little odd, but like within the broad range of he's not standing out like a sore thumb, but he is different and he is definitely interested in his surroundings. But beyond that, you wouldn't be able to say. Again, if you did another cycle, you could get a better grip on that.
Yeah. I feel like I'm probably questioning myself a little bit of like, did I see him? I mean, he's definitely new, but like he's like, it's kind of one of those mind turning situations. So I would keep signing my books, but I am watching what he's doing.
I do have subtle echoes, and we described the echoes specifically around Hassan being kind of light based. You know, it bends in weird ways, or
It
seems a
is
bit harsh.
slight echoes though. It's 1, so she wouldn't get it on the 1. If she got more, then she might have noticed something weird going on. But it's slight, so it's only the kind of thing that like a mage who looks hard would be able to see. 3 is where like mundane people notice it. 2 is like a mundane person who's pointed out to will notice it, and a mage will be like, there's something funky going on. Slight is, it just means that like a mage can maybe spot you without necessarily needing to kind of like feel out the avatar or the effects going on. But yeah, not with 1 success, unfortunately.
Understood. This day has proven to be almost unbearably the same. Here's hoping something different happens. I close the book and hand it over to the clerk. Oh, actually, here's a rather strange question. Do you have anything on, like Groundhog Day, that sort of thing? Like the movie, but, you know, the real phenomenon, deja vu.
Oh, I have a few books on the phenomena in the psychology section. If you want to follow me.
Sure.
How loudly did you say that? Would I be able to hear him say that?
Make a wits awareness roll.
Okay.
Typical conversation in a store where people are talking to you, so probably 2
Yeah.
successes.
2.
2 successes. You can vaguely hear that.
I probably hear like clips of it because I'm talking to someone and signing, but I whip my head over and look over at
Do
Dr.
I notice that?
Make a wits awareness roll.
This is the weirdest meet cute ever.
Yeah. This would be higher threshold 3 because there's a lot of people in the store who you're trying to keep track on. Yeah. You notice that she whips her head over and like does like a wait, what?
I glance at him for a second and I probably make eye contact with you. And then I just turn and ingratiating the person I'm signing a book for. But I'm like, almost like kind of, it looks like my awareness is split between the 2 things. And like, I'm listening to see what's happening with this situation.
Okay.
I pick a random book off the shelf, hand it to the clerk. Do you mind ringing this up for me? I brought my copy with me. I might as well get it signed, right?
Okay.
I'm going to steal someone's book.
You could also just buy a book.
I don't have that much money. I'm not impoverished, but you know.
You're impoverished, but it is like, you know, a $10, $15 book.
That's a good point.
It's a pop psychology book. It doesn't run like $50.
Excuse me.
It's a pop psychology. Okay, maybe like $15, $20.
How about 25? It's probably been on the New York Times bestseller list for like a couple weeks. Okay. $25.99.
£25.99 pounds.
It's on sale because it doesn't sell as well over here, so it'll be
Bloody
be 70
Okay.
quid.
Just little
17
jabs
quid.
at my book today.
All right, Miss Fame 1 in Britain. In America, you might be fame free, but get
There are
perspective
10
over
people
here.
here to see me, okay?
Yeah, your London tour got 10 people. Congratulations.
I strongly contemplate stealing someone's book, and then I realize, you know what? I don't really need a book.
You got
I
a
can
coffee
just-
cup.
Yeah, I walk over to actually I walk straight up to her. Your coffee, ma'am.
Excuse
Hey,
me, I'm in the...
Don't, she ordered one. I quickly write my number on it before I hand it over.
Thank you. I'm trying to read context clues.
Okay.
And because of
But
what
the
I just
coffee
overheard,
does say on the side, Hassan, and then has a tiny little, like, skull and crossbones.
so my brain starts to realize it's poison. Thank you for bringing me my coffee.
Yeah, how's the you know what, I'll let you get back to your work. If you need anything, just feel free to call next door.
Thank you. I appreciate you delivering my coffee order.
I nod at her. Compared to Thresher, Hassan's not the most subtle. Not when it comes to this kind of thing, but it's subtle enough, I think. And I go to pay for my, I don't know, cheap book on the history of time and deja vu, I guess.
Yep.
Do I notice the book in his hand? Or can I roll to see?
He said he picked a random book off the shelf, so it's the Little Book of Calm.
So it's just, I was like, okay, so then my brain's kind of flip-flopping, but this is definitely different than yesterday. So I see his name on the cup and I just set it down very carefully next to me and keep signing books. But I need to look into this after.
And
Yeah,
because any famous woman who has a man that she seems to actually talk to on a normal level, the person is like, oh, is that your boyfriend?
Oh, no, that is just my assistant. He gets me coffee and things like that. He does a marvelous job.
Wow. And I'm the one throwing slander. Good to know.
It is true, though, that he's right. People are like, you talk to a boy? Is that your boyfriend?
I
Must
see
be
a
boyfriend.
man. Let's discuss the man.
But you did a good job.
Yeah, I hope you like half drunk.
Mm.
Slightly cold, bit
With,
mapley.
pumpkin maple. Okay. So Hassan, you ring up your book and you leave. You are left with half-drunk coffee, Thresher.
I
And
go-
we're going to
My
go to a
phone-
break.
And phone number, right?
And phone number.
Okay.
And I go
And a
back to
name.
Costa and impatiently wait. And a name, yeah.
Well, actually, would use your first name. It would be Riyadh.
Yep.
So it would be Riyadh and then a little skull, little crossbones. Ellen does that instead of the love heart. She likes to break the mold. So yeah, as we see Hassan leave and Thresher a little bit nonplussed and now in the in possession of a half-drunk flat white with pumpkin and maple syrup. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back in a few minutes and we'll be continuing. We've got another 2 hours of confusion to go.
Yes.
So enjoy some fan art. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, see you soon.
A little different than all the rest. I'm quite old-fashioned where I had sometimes played chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept second as our eyes met and you saw me, and forevermore I like to share that vintage dream. And forevermore we're living in that vintage dream.
We're back.
Okay, hi.
That was a noise. It
We're
did.
back.
I did think it sounded a bit like that. Yeah.
We're back. We're
Oh, God,
back.
the time loop has contracted. This is way worse.
Yeah, it just keeps getting
The
shorter.
next 2 hours. It's just
Welcome
that.
to the. And there's still 10 more episodes to go. Get used to that sound.
Someone did suggest that, like, for the next 11 episodes, we would just air the first episode again over and over.
Well, I have now made myself have to say every morning, "Oh boy, we won't get out of this situation for years."
Only one more time. Hackett's only
Okay.
gonna test it once and then never again.
Hassan was gonna watch the telly.
Yeah, there we go.
Forever.
Oh boy. Oh, okay.
Why are all
so,
these TVs tuned to the Disney Channel?
corporate
Why
sponsorship.
are all these adults watching the Disney Channel?
Corporate sponsorship.
Product placement.
So, I think the next event that is definitely going to happen, as far as I'm aware, is Seraphina Asquith. Anything happen before then, or are you heading over?
Dr. Hassan just left me a coffee, and you did say I'm gonna be next door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't have much time between the book signing. No, I do. I have an hour.
You got
I
an
have an
hour.
hour.
It does take a little while to get across, but yeah, you got probably about 30 minutes.
My interest is peaked enough, and I'm confident enough as a woman, to walk away
Ooh.
from an awkward situation. I'm like, if this guy's just hitting on me, I can just leave. But I'm gonna walk in with the half-drunk cup of coffee and just look around Costa to see if he's there.
Okay.
Yeah, he is. Hassan's sitting in a corner, not at his usual table, which is very strange for him, just scribbling into a notebook over and over and over again.
I'm going to walk up with my Chanel bag, holding this cup of coffee, and I'm going to place it down on the middle of the table.
Thanks. And he immediately just takes a sip of it.
I didn't drink any of that, just so you know.
Honestly,
Didn't
even
seem like
if
it
you
would have
did,
mattered.
Probably wouldn't have. All cards on the table. I've had this day before. Not this particular day, but this day, October 3rd. Friday.
I'm going to sit down at the table. And I'm studying him.
Okay.
What if I hypothetically also have experienced this day again?
Well, you are a psychologist. Most would call you mad. Or say that you probably need some serious help.
Well, that is what I would diagnose you with if you came to my place of work and were like, "Oh, I'm experiencing the same day." It would be some sort of psychosis or something. But it seems like we're in the same boat.
Shared psychosis, then. How many times? Just the one?
I went to bed last night, or at least was getting ready to, and then I woke up in my office in an appointment that I had yesterday.
I was lucky I was on a phone call. Saw it happen live. Like a jump cut from a television show. You're American. What brings you to Webley?
I am filling in for my mentor, Dr. Fates at Mind Evolution, and doing some of my book signings while I'm here.
He in town?
No, he had business, which is why I'm filling in. But who are you?
Do I recognize the name Dr. Fates?
Make a academics wits roll, I think. This one.
I would.
Not your area.
Not remotely. But who knows? Maybe if there's enough successes, I will know his true nature. There's only two, so no,
You
I
probably
do not.
wouldn't have heard of him at all, no.
Dr. Fates. First name?
Jackson. Dr. Jackson Fates. He's in the same field as I am. I studied with him for many years.
Is that your only field? I take it as I take another swig of the coffee.
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that.
I'm gonna heat this coffee up. Not like the last time, not to burning, but enough so that it feels fresh again.
Make me a ret plus forces roll, and You watch as you definitely notice that this is casting is going on. Like there is a chanting component, there is a gesture, there is everything you would associate with a mage casting.
Al-Ba'ith, the infuser of new life.
If
And
you
that's
want, with that many successes, you can make the coffee hot for the rest of the day.
Perfect. Not that I care. I take the coffee, I put it back on the table, and I pass it over to her. Because you see, casting is, of course, a thing. A lot of people cast. Not everyone actually achieves.
I don't think I have ever met someone as brazen as you.
Sometimes you need to be for this kind of thing.
And I touch the cup and feel that the coffee is hot again. Who are you? I don't know who you are except for your name written on this cup.
Well, that's only half my name. Riyad Hassan. I'm a uni professor, UCL.
And what do you teach?
Theology and ethics.
Ah. I just study him because I don't know what to make. He just did, like, he cast something in front of me, and I'm kind of being thrown into this Groundhog Day situation in a place I'm not familiar with. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with any of this information or how we can stop it, but if you're experiencing it and I am, does that mean that there are others as well?
Not the sleepers. He outright says the word sleepers. Not.
I like instinctively try to like reach out a hand like shh kind of thing.
It's not a word that would trigger anybody, don't worry.
I know, but I just don't you know about discretion.
Believe it or not, I'm actually quite discreet when I need to be. It's just, on a day like this, sometimes you need to be a bit more open. This is what I know. I have no idea who's responsible. I have no idea how many more of us are in town. But it's not... It's only us being affected. More importantly, there's a spell cast on us. I don't know if it's observatory nature or something a bit more insidious. Do I... Actually, I reach out with spirit. Do I feel it on her too?
Make a spirit wits roll.
I would love to. Also, I love this music. 3 successes.
Sweet.
Yeah. Again, exactly the same as I told you earlier. Seems to be maybe recording or something, and it's connected to several other spheres.
There is something on the both of us, and I imagine something on any other possible one of us who walks into a room. Makes it easier to spot, but I doubt they would do that to their own people.
All I know is I do not want to live this specific day over and over again. It's only been one day, and it's been tedious to say the least.
Why? Crappy patient?
I don't think you understand the kind of work that I do and the kind of people I encounter.
I would understand a lot more than people think. Do you think I'm literally not just a university professor? Obviously. I have other things I do.
There's a lot of other things I do as well.
Like what? He smiled. This time it's a broad smile.
Again, discretion is best. If you show your cards to everybody the first time you meet them, you don't protect yourself. So you should be very careful of that. I'm a person you probably do not need to worry about, but being this open,
patience.
Yes, I do.
They're the type to listen. Something tells
Maybe
me
you should make an appointment sometime after all of this Bill Murray shit is over, and we can talk.
that. Bill Murray, that's the Groundhog Day man, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hate that movie.
I've never seen it, and I never planned to, but now apparently I'm living it.
Well, on the plus side, at least it's not just one of us.
I guess it is better to have... Well, here's the thing. I wrote something down yesterday, and I no longer have it. So if we are going to exchange information, I need to memorize it.
So we don't exchange information. Exchange a place. We meet at a set time.
Okay. Say something tomorrow. What time? I can do midday. I have appointments. I mean, I guess I could deviate from them, but I don't
I
don't know exactly what's at work here right now, and I don't want to mess with too much of it until I figure it out.
Well, to be honest, I've deviated from my pattern all day. You would too if your wallet was nicked first thing in the morning. Technically speaking, I have noon open. Do you have noon open?
Yes, that's when I usually take lunch.
Hassan, your phone rings.
Bloody hell. Hello?
Professor Hassan, you never made it to our seminar. Is everything okay? Are we gonna get notes or something?
Yeah, hold on. There's an app for that nowadays. I just put the lecture notes and forward them to my students. Honestly, most of it you should probably remember at this point. Please just prepare for class. Next class. Have a good weekend.
Okay.
Shite. Forgot to call
Did you
him
just
my
blow
TF
off
though.
all of your responsibilities today?
No, not to too fine a point on it, but my professor responsibilities are second to my other responsibilities.
What are your other responsibilities?
Well, if I played all my cards.
You're learning. Well, I don't really know what to help you with. I do have an appointment in a little bit that I need to get back for. And I myself am waiting on some information from someone as well.
Yeah, I should probably get to my class as well. When are you next free? Tonight?
Yes, I usually work I'm at Mind Evolution, so if you ever wanted to make that appointment, you could find me there. I usually stay till 5 because I need to work on paperwork. But after that, I should be free.
Usually work on paperwork. After 5. Usually that's when I commute home. Whereabouts do you go in the evenings?
Oh, I don't know. I'm new in town. I go to a restaurant or a bar and sometimes go back to where I've been staying. It depends on the evening.
How will we meet tonight in front of the Hockham Public Library?
Right, that's easy enough.
Public
It's-
place.
Not too far from Twisted Root if you do want to go to a restaurant.
Well, we need to eat. I need to
Okay.
eat. I don't know if you need to eat, but I really haven't eaten today because I won't lie. This has been a little bit stressful to try to figure out. There's a restaurant I like over there, Twisted Root. What if we meet there at 5?
Isn't it one of the vegan places? Yeah, sure.
Yes,
And-
they have vegan options. I think they have a couple select options for people who are
Are you-
vegetarian.
Vegan or vegetarian?
I'm vegetarian. I'm flexitarian. I'll eat fish sometimes.
I pull out a brown bag. Cheese sandwich. Go ahead. You should probably eat.
I don't mean any disrespect, but same as the coffee, I don't necessarily drink or eat food from strangers or people I just met. I don't think that you're a bad
Understandable.
person.
But worth
I
offering.
just, I
It's all right.
appreciate the offer.
You don't need to explain yourself. You can just say no. I'll meet you tonight. Twisted Root 5, right?
That sounds like a plan.
I might be a little late, but trust me, I'll be there.
And should we set it for 5:15?
Does it really matter?
I am a busy woman.
Whatever you're doing tonight, you can just do tomorrow night. Because something tells me this is just going to repeat itself all over again.
All right, 5:15, Twisted Root.
I'll put it in my calendar.
It was nice to meet you.
Do you actually believe all the stuff you wrote in your book? He says as he stands up.
I'm standing up to leave as well. I believe in everything I've written. There's power to it. Do you believe in everything? Have you read my book?
Yes. Go off to your meeting. I should probably get to class.
I give him a side eye. I look forward to hearing your thoughts about my book later this evening. And I turn before he can leave, and I head out before he does. And
Okay. As she leaves, you notice one of your students kind of waiting. Is it office hours yet? You said you 2 to 5?
Take a seat.
Oh, the nature of the...
I move to my usual table and say, take a seat.
It's the same one as yesterday. Okay. I guess we go to Seraphina Asquith?
hey,
Okay. Joy, oh joy, oh joy, oh joy, oh joy. Let's get into this character. I need to check Mindy as well.
Just check your image, Seraphina.
As you get back, Mindy's there. Wallace did call and he left his number again
all
for
right.
you.
And what did he say?
He said to meet him tonight for legal reasons, and that he was gonna enjoy.
This boy has got something in his head, and
Mhm.
I'm going to gaslight Mindy, so I can't be held liable.
Okay.
That boy is something. He needs a lot of help. I don't know. He's gotten in his head that we're going to be getting together. I don't know why he would say that.
Oh well, make a manipulation subterfuge roll,
Okay.
I guess.
3 successes.
Yeah, he did seem a little bit troubled. Yeah.
Did he say anything else? Like, is there any? Does he need to make an emergency appointment?
No. He just said that you had his number and then he left it again immediately after. And that was it.
I don't know. I mean, you noticed, and I put my hand on her desk and kind of lean towards her. He was very aroused when he left, right?
It was at eye level.
Yes, and so it's hard to avoid that. I think he's got a little bit of a obsessive crush on me. So we're going to see how it goes, and if I
Yeah.
need to cancel the appointments,
If
we may
you
need to
want,
do
I
that.
can switch him to Dr. Rosalini.
When she says that, it triggers a memory from yesterday. Is Dr. Rosalini in today?
No, I was actually about to say, Dr. Rosalini said to let you know that they wouldn't be in today.
Did they say why?
I think they said that something about their appointment being cancelled and that they were going to work on paperwork from home or something to that nature.
Will you pull up Dr. Rosalini's schedule for me?
Sure.
Okay. What does it say?
There's no appointments for today. There's nothing on there.
But like, if there was a canceled appointment, is it crossed out? Does it have a name?
Oh, I can have a look and see if there was one scheduled for today.
Well,
Yes. There was meant to be an appointment with James Asquith today at 4 p.m. Apparently he had to cancel because he's feeling unwell.
you said James Asquith.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, maybe relation to Seraphina?
It's very possible. But who knows? And I can't disclose anything on patient confidentiality.
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right. Well, when Seraphina arrives, just send her on in, okay?
Okay.
And I go into my office, and I know she arrived late yesterday, so I have maybe a little bit of time. Can I pull up Google and Google James Asquith and Seraphina Asquith?
Sure. What are you looking for?
I want to see if there's any information or an obituary that he died in a snowboarding accident.
Okay. Make me a technology, wits or int, either one.
Oh boy, Okay,
Probably
I
wits.
don't have.
Probably wits in this case. It's knowing social media more than knowing.
I don't know a
normal.
lot about social media. I got 2 success.
You find on her Instagram and her Twitter mention of like, my brother passed away in a tragic snowboarding accident. I don't know what to do, etc. Thanks for sticking with me in this trying time, and several of those for a few weeks.
Do I see, like, does James Asquith have an Instagram or anything where it's just like the post stopped or there's
Nope.
an obituary?
He doesn't seem to have one that you can find.
There's like, he doesn't even exist on the internet. Like if I Google him.
You find a Facebook, but it's locked, like private. That's the word.
Okay. All right, so I can't find an obituary and I can't find anything that actually confirms that he is dead.
No.
Okay. So I'll be doing this up until she arrives.
Okay. So roughly about 10 past, the door just opens, and Seraphina Asquith, in her heavy makeup and like bright, like very gaudy designer clothing, falls into the couch. You would not believe the day I'm having.
I like slowly close the laptop cover and I stand up and I sit in the chair. Why don't you tell me about it? It's Seraphina, right?
Like, yeah. I just got like recently rejected for a new deal with Christian Dior. They want like someone else instead.
All right. I realize that is something that is traumatic for you. But you're here because of your brother's death, correct?
Oh, yeah, it was like terrible when James like died in like a freak snowboarding accident. Like, I've always said that they were like way too dangerous things.
Did you ever snowboard with him?
No, like I ski.
They're mutual. Skiing and snowboarding are of the same. You can snowboard and ski with someone. Like, that is a very common thing people do. I myself have tried both and I prefer skiing.
Yeah, like you've got taste.
All right. So, do you think the reason why you're so upset about this rejection from Dior is because your brother passed away and you're having some residual?
Yeah, like he was so like dear to me, and it really hurt. Like, I feel this like power of grief like took control of my life and was like so all-encompassing. And I mean, obviously with him being like my dearest like brother, it was just so difficult to like move on. But like, of course, you know, I through your work, like obviously, helped me get in touch with that, and you know, like through the power of extra grief, I think I overcame it.
So since you've overcome it, then why are you coming here if you feel like you have fully embraced it? And if truly the only thing that is upsetting you is the Dior rejection?
Well, like, it's still causing me like secondhand trauma, and like everything is so like confusing right now. Also, like, actually being seen to like need help from such like a high profile person as Dr. Fates, but you know, like you'll do. It looks really good for like the like public profile.
Well, your PR lingo, which I'm very familiar with because I myself, I'm not quite in your world, but a little bit in your world.
Yeah, of course.
So let me ask you this. In dealing with your brother's death, what is the main emotion that it triggers for you?
Like, so like sad, obviously, because like he was my dearest brother, and like on top of breaking up with my boyfriend, it was just so hard to deal with.
So breaking up with your boyfriend compounded on top of your brother's death. But when you say sadness, that's such a generic emotion. Sadness, we all feel sadness. What is the specific pinpoint of sadness? The deepest hit of sadness in that?
Like it felt like he'd like betrayed me because he died and like took all the focus away on himself, and like he was just like so self-involved.
Very so self-involved that he died.
Yeah, like not he maybe like he didn't mean to, but like it's so inconsiderate.
Did he choose to die?
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think so.
Do you
He
have any
chose to
secrets,
snowboard.
Seraphina?
What, like, secrets?
Yes.
Of course, like, everyone has secrets.
Well,
I can, like,
this is
tell you because, like, patient, like, therapist confidentiality or whatever.
But why don't you do this? Why don't you tell me one of your deepest, darkest secrets?
Manipulation, subterfuge, or manipulation, persuasion, actually.
Manipulation, persuasion.
Yeah, manipulation, persuasion.
Hey. Critical hit.
Oh, wow. Okay. She, like, takes a second, looks at you, and then her demeanor kind of changes. And you, well, critical hit, you really notice this. And a predatory grin, which is kind of a little bit different from the kind of little bit of a ditzy persona, kind of breaks across her face. Yeah, okay. It was actually really good. So, obviously with the whole, like, I cheated on my boyfriend thing, it really hit my PR. And I was really suffering. And so, way to, like, shift the angle and get people actually sympathetic to my cause, like the whole brother dying thing worked great.
So your brother's not actually dead.
I mean, like, he doesn't really do anything. He doesn't even really go on social media. He says, like, it's too intense or whatever. So he's basically dead online. Like, no one knows any better.
How does it make you feel coming into this session and sitting down and talking about how your dearest brother is dead and acting, pretending to have grief and reading my book and how it made you overcome it? How does that make you feel?
Well, I didn't know you were going to be, like, understanding and cool about it. Like, everyone else is just, like, they're so asleep. Like, you can just, like, lead them around like sheep. And they just, whatever.
It is very true. The power of social media and the personas people portray are very fake. It's kind of alarming when you really break it down.
Yeah. And of course, like, if they're going to be that dumb and naive, then that's for me to take advantage of. Maybe they'll learn better.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Let me ask you this, Seraphina. So if you are coming here because you need to for your public image, then what can we dive into so that we can help you become a better and stronger person?
So, how about how I can get my boyfriend to actually, like, forget about the whole cheating thing, which overblown anyway.
The way that I would suggest for you to deal with this is just to maybe... How many affairs did you have?
Like, affairs? We weren't, like, together enough for it to be an affair.
Okay, then
I only
how
slept
many...
with, like... I mean, what are you kind of sleeping with?
Whatever you count.
I mean, I don't count any of them affairs because he wasn't, like, a proper person to be considered to have, like, an affair with.
All right, well, here's
He was
what I
just a public
suggest.
image. And, like, do you really count butt stuff? Like, that doesn't really count.
Seraphina, it doesn't matter what I consider is an affair or cheating. What matters is it seems like you want to do these things, regardless of how it makes your partner feel, correct?
Yeah.
So are you with your partner because they are good for your public image?
Well, duh. Like, he's as thick as two planks.
Can you break that down for me? What does thick as two planks mean?
Like, if you got, like, a 4x4 and then you put another 4x4 behind it, he is that thick. Like, there is no brain in there. It's just, like, dense.
Okay, I thought you were discussing something else and I needed to clarify that.
I mean, he's okay in that department, but, like, he doesn't know what to do with it.
What I need from you is to probably embrace that animalistic side of yours. It seems like you have to get this out of your system. In a way, it's grieving the loss of your freedom. So what you need to do is just go to town. Keep it as discreet as possible. And at some point, it will become an old hat for you, and this will not be exciting or fun. And since these people you view as less than,
Yeah,
does it
well,
even matter?
don't you ever, like, look around at the people, you know, every day, like, Joe blogs, like, working in, like, a coffee shop or whatever, and think, you know, they could do so much more with themselves. They could actually make something. They could be so much better, but no, they're happy to live like little poor people's lives and be working a coffee shop.
Let me ask you this, Sarah.
If that's what they choose, then
Let me ask this. Did you choose to have nepotism?
like, what do you mean?
Your fame. Your parents do well for themselves, right?
Like, I guess they're okay, but you know, really, it was like a few of the adverts I got cast in when I was 10, and like some of that, I managed to springboard my own brand. My parents were supportive, of course, but like,
How much would you say your parents have invested in your path, your brand?
I don't know, like, somewhere in the region of like £100,000.
Not everybody wants a life like yours, and perhaps the meaning the man gets making a coffee for someone and having that human connection is more than however many likes you get on an Instagram post.
I thought you were one of us. You're just like one of them.
No, I'm not. I'm just thinking it's very interesting how your thought process works on this, because you could do so much more yourself, is what I'm getting at. I think people could look at as that man in the coffee shop and go, she could be so much more. You're not playing the game well enough, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? I think you're right. I haven't actually had a chart single, and going into music is totally like a thing I could do, and I could weaponize and use my following to like springboard that into the charts. I could do better than just being an Instagrammer. Lifestyle model.
So since your brother's death isn't real, you should really play into that hard.
Yeah.
People will feel empathy and sympathy and be like, oh, poor Seraphina going through this
One of
life
those like
struggle.
slow songs talking about how like I'm so lonely and like vulnerable. People eat their shit up.
Find a good ghostwriter. I'm sure you have the money to do what you need to do, and I hope to hear by next session the progress you made on your new hit single, which I'm sure will
Oh yeah, that
be on
takes
one of
more
your
than like
shows.
a week. I'll get Janine to start interviewing people or something.
Oh. Who's Janine?
Oh, she's like my little like lackey. I like to call her that.
You call her lackey to her face.
Of course, I call her worse things for this.
As I'm sitting here, there's kind of this like the lying about the death thing and just the absolute garbage person that Seraphina is.
Do you think this would trigger a bloodthirsty?
I don't think it would trigger a bloodthirsty, but it's pretty close.
Okay. Maybe the third time around.
Yeah, I think I'm feeling more like, how can I push her deeper into a bad place?
Define a bad place, because she's a bad person.
Well, she's definitely either a narcissist or a sociopath.
Oh
So
yeah, I mean you've got the training. She's a sociopath. I designed her as a sociopath, yes.
I want to see what her violent tendencies are. So I'm going to switch the conversation. Do you have any feelings of violence or rage at any point?
It's like so unfair when people like cross me, sure, but I just like get my chauffeur to like beat them up or something.
You know what would be interesting as a story for you, just as an example.
Like talking of stories, there was this reporter who tried to cover the whole thing about my brother, and I had Daniel get him on the way back from the pub and beat the crap out of him. So funny, so much joy.
Who is Daniel?
Oh, he's my driver.
Interesting. So does Daniel do everything for you if you ask?
Of course, I pay him well enough. Occasionally I suck him off as well.
Interesting. So, Daniel, is he another lackey? Is that how you
Oh,
would put
yeah.
it? Okay, you have a lot
He
of
likes the term.
lackeys. I'm wondering if there's another area you could put your energy into. It seems like you have a streak of needing to get out some of this pent-up anger.
I guess.
What if something were to happen to your boyfriend? I mean, two really huge grief events in such a short amount of time.
Like, you need to change the subject matter to get enough traction going. If it's just the same note you're hitting, people tend to get like a rather new to it. Maybe like if he got crippled or something.
What I would like for you to do for next session is write out some of these darker fantasies of yours. It seems like there's quite a bit going on in your mind, and it might help for you to get it out.
I'm like thinking of so many things all the time.
All right, can I have another example?
Like, what if he got hit by a car? And then I could do like a whole load of driver like awareness safety ads and stuff, and I could do the whole charity thing from that, and that would be like a good cause, like a support. Always looks good.
For my entropy magic, can I increase the probability of her boyfriend getting hit by a car? And her being the
Unfortunately,
driver.
your boyfriend is not here.
So
But-
he has to be here.
You want her to be the
Her
driver?
to hit. Yeah, I want her to be the driver.
You
who
can
hits him.
increase the chance that she will hit him with a car. Yes.
I'm going to
Throw a
cast
little
that.
bit of mind in that to be like, maybe you'd hit him with a car on purpose.
Like I was
You
thinking,
can't
like if I
force it to be on purpose, but you can increase emotions at the same time. So you can make her angry and stoke anger and then hit him.
I'm going to tap into the mind and the chaos and have influence her to maybe at some point just snap a little bit and maybe push her driver out of the car and take the wheel, and maybe her boyfriend happens to be in
Okay.
the way.
You can try. That is very specific. Like,
I
she's
know.
not driving. She has to get out, push the driver out, drive the... And at 2, you can only kind of push an emotion. You can't, like, direct an action. So really, you'd be relying a lot on entropy, and entropy 2 doesn't really stretch that far.
I think it's enough for me to want to try it just in the off chance that it does work,
You can try it.
because I'm feeling a little off today anyway. So maybe not thinking as clearly as I normally would.
Bear in mind, this will be vulgar. It won't be vulgar witnesses because she won't notice any effect. She'll just think it's really odd what you're doing. But when you cast it, it will be vulgar. So you will risk paradox, but go ahead. A ret
Okay.
plus the highest sphere of mind or entropy. They're the same for you, so it's just whichever you feel. And -1 for your subtle avatar.
I know. Hopefully, okay. -1. That makes it worse for me too. So it's a fail.
Okay, and roll me a paradox die. You
Yeah,
do
paradox.
suffer a point of paradox.
I go to like cast this, and I think I just don't. Everything's a little off today, and I'm feeling a little messy, so it just gets cast messy. And
As you try and
can-
like pull those threads of power together, you kind of let them slip as your mind is a little all over the place. You're also kind of angry at this person. It's just kind of
Yeah.
lets it slip.
I think the idea of whatever ideas come into your mind, I think you should write them out and you should bring them back and we should go over them.
I'll get you to like write them out.
Talk them into your phone. How about that?
Maybe. But like Janine carries my phone for me, so
Do you know how to write?
yeah, of course I can write. Why would I bother when I can have someone else do it for me?
Well, I would just say, why don't you think a lot on those darker thoughts that you have this week, and then when you come back next week, pick 3 that we can go over together.
Okay. I like you. You're fun.
It's a very fake, sickeningly sweet smile. I like you too, Seraphina. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your week.
Oh, I will.
And again, keep hitting on that angle about your dead brother. It'll do wonders for your PR.
Of course. That's a great idea. Maybe I should go back to Christian Dior and push that angle with them. Great. Thank you. Right. I'm gonna go.
Just sign up for as many appointments as you want or that you need.
Yeah,
and
like I think maybe like a month more. And then maybe in a few weeks push the brother angle or something. Not the brother angle, the boyfriend angle.
That seems like a wonderful plan. And I'm a little out of it as she's leaving because what I did I knew didn't hit the way that I wanted it to. So I'm just trying to like get her out of the room. Just have a wonderful day. Your secret's safe with me. I just sit there and I think about, because when I get a paradox, like, do I feel a little different, right? Like I notice
Just a
there's
little bit. Like you are aware
Yeah.
of like the universe pushing back a little bit on you.
Okay.
At one, it's very mild though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I just
actually,
kind of start like beating myself up a little bit. Like, I can't believe you did that. How could you be so foolish? That was such a stupid thing to waste it on. And it's like that inner dialogue of self-hatred starts to kick in.
Mhm.
I just sit there until Florence comes, I guess.
Yep. So Seraphina leaves. Okay. Mindy kind of like gently knocks on the door. Doesn't open it, but just knocks.
Hello? Come in.
Dr. Thresher, you're 4 p.m. here. She was here a little early, so I just told her to wait, and I got her a cup of tea.
Just send her in. It's okay. She's early.
She's a full-time booker, so she seems quite nice.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for getting her some tea.
And a second later, Florence. Lock. I'm not interrupting, am I?
Of course not. Florence, correct?
You can call me Flo.
Flo.
You're Dr. Thresher.
Yes, Dr. Thresher.
It's
I reach
lovely
out
to
a
meet
hand.
you. Oh, you're American. Well,
Yes,
my
I-
ex-husband was American.
I'm from across the pond. It sounds like you're very familiar with
Yes. He was from Connecticut. He was in the Air Force
Very-
staying here when we met. It was about, he passed away 20 years ago now, though, bless him.
But I have a feeling you're not here because of your husband passing.
No, my roommate, Mabel, passed away the other week. But we've been living together for the last 15
Mabel.
years since her husband, Mabel, yes.
So you two just decided, oh, hey, we're going to live together after your
Well,
husband's passed?
We'd always been close, and we met back up through the nice man who lived below her. She rented her basement out to him, Mr. Pilkin. And when her husband passed, well, we got back more in touch to support each other, and one thing led to another, and well, I moved in with her.
Can I do more of a read on Florence?
Oh, insight wits.
And this time I already know about the gal pal. I'm kind of like trying to feel out her intentions.
Okay.
2 success, instability.
Oh, it only happens if you fail, though. So
Oh,
you didn't fail. You're not unstable. But yeah, she seems uncertain. A little bit like she doesn't really know. Like our generation don't really do psychologists and psychiatrists much of the time. She's uncertain. She doesn't know how to handle it. She doesn't know how to explain it to people. And it seems like the part of the reason she's coming to you is it might be easier to talk to a stranger about it.
So the way that I do my therapy is we just get into it. I won't share anything you tell me in here, so you can be as honest as possible with no judgment.
Well, sits down. We're a bit more than think what's the word? We were lesbians.
You don't need to whisper it. You can say that out
Okay.
and
Is that
about.
okay to say? It's not rude or
Yes.
anything.
That is not
Okay.
rude at all.
Yes. Well, we were lesbians together.
Does it feel good to say that?
It feels a bit weird.
Did you feel like you were living your life mostly hiding it from other people?
Well, we, you know, a little bit. I think maybe the grandchildren had twigged.
Yes, the newer generation is very privy to things, which is just...
Yes, all these YouTubers and the Insta gabblers or whatever they're called. I don't understand it.
It's not really worth it, if I'm being honest with you. It's a great source of pain and honestly mental illness for a lot of the younger generation.
I do worry about my grandson. He spends too much time on the Google.
Oh, what's your grandson's name?
Kevin.
It's a good name, Evan.
Yes.
So,
It's my husband's name.
how does Kevin feel about Mabel and losing Mabel as well?
I mean, Kevin liked her. Mabel was always a dear, and she would always make everyone cups of tea and bring them, scones, so on.
Well, it seems like not only are you grieving the loss of Mabel, but also maybe a part of your self-identity as well.
Yes. I don't know how to explain it to people. It's difficult.
How long ago did Mabel pass away?
It was only the other week. The funeral was only yesterday.
Have you, did you choose cremation or burial?
Burial. She wanted to be buried in the cemetery opposite Webley Cemetery. It was a nice funeral.
I've heard that's a beautiful place.
It is, yes.
So,
Lovely
do you visit?
trees.
Trees are healing. Nature can be very healing, so it's wonderful. Do you visit Mabel near the trees in her grave?
Well, every morning I go and I talk to her. I always get the feeling she's listening. She understands.
Because of I kicked her out last time, I think I'm trying to feel her out a little bit more.
Okay.
Tell me, were you there when it happened?
Well, no, I woke up one morning and she was, she had passed.
So it was a quick passing then?
What the doctors said, yes.
Just because of my suspicions being high, can I sense on her that she's lying at all?
What's insight?
Okay. For success?
No, seems incredibly truthful.
Okay. So I start to pull back a little bit from my normal therapy methods. What are you looking for to get out of this?
Just, well, my grandson recommended it. The one that spends too much time on the Google. It's a lovely boy. But, sorry, what was the question?
Why are you here? Is it to work through which aspect of your grief?
Do I have to focus on one aspect? I don't.
No, that's actually a very refreshing question. Most people ping pong everywhere, or they pick one thing and they just fixate on it. So it's healthy that you have a few things to work.
Okay.
Have you read my book?
You wrote a book?
I did. It's not everyone's cup of tea. I don't
okay.
think I would recommend it for you.
Oh, is it all modern lingo and?
I think you would be perfectly capable of understanding it. I just think that there might be different methods that we could try for you.
Oh, okay. What would you recommend?
You have a support network? Do you have, I know you have Kevin, but who else is in your life?
What am I? There is a very nice young man who lives below. He used to know Mr. Pilkin and took over the rent when Mr. Pilkin left.
Okay, so when you had the funeral, were there a lot of people in attendance?
No, not really. I didn't know how to explain to some of the more acquaintances. I actually didn't tell the man in the basement. I didn't know how to break it to him. He and Mabel were always pretty close. I spent a good half hour this morning just standing out front of his door. I was going to tell him, but I didn't know how.
I think that something that might be very therapeutic for you so you don't feel so alone with it and with someone who has known Mabel, that sharing that might actually be very helpful in coming to terms with what happened.
Yes.
It's tough to explain, but if there are good people in your life, they will hear what you have to say and fully support you. If they do not, then you get a pretty clear answer of who needs to be distanced from.
A good way of putting it.
Sometimes during transitions in our lives, there's a period of loneliness, and I think that that is what you're going through right now. You're experiencing a great loss, but you're also isolating, and what I think you should do is work on thinking about having a celebration of Mabel's life and maybe announcing to all your loved ones and friends what the true nature of your relationship was.
Just hard. And you can tell with your insights already, you can tell that there is just several things. Firstly, that she's lived in the life of denying it to the outside world, maybe even a bit to herself for so long, combined with there is that elderly kind of old mentality of shame plus secrecy, etc. There is definitely like a good emotion of wanting to open up. There's also very much the negative emotions associated with a generation who treat it very differently. And like that shame emotion is just a bit too high for her right now.
Mm-hmm. All that I'm suggesting is you think about it and you work through it in your own time. And when you make appointments, you only see me.
Okay. Well, you seem very nice, so I'm okay with. You are a bit expensive, but
We have some payment plans, but also maybe there's something we could do for that.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. She puts her hand forward. You're a dear. I wouldn't want to put you out of pocket.
I will be just fine. I can promise you that. I would rather see you flourish after all of this than not.
Kind of you to say.
I don't get to, well, I get to meet a lot of people doing what I do, and there's something different about you.
Oh.
And it helps me sometimes.
Is it bad? Oh, okay.
No. Honestly, it's good for me.
Well, I'm glad I can help you.
Well, the whole point of all of this is that I hopefully help you, and we can work through how terrible of a loss you've just experienced, and also maybe help you gain some insight into the person you want to be going forward.
Thank you.
So, just think about the things that I've told you. Maybe it could be months away, but a celebration of life for Mabel could be something that you could plan and think about all the fun memories. Put together a slideshow. It sounds like Kevin could help you do a slideshow.
Yeah. That's
Does
maybe a
Kevin
good
know?
idea. Like, Kevin was there at the funeral to support me. He was very kind.
And maybe think about telling your neighbor. Seems like you both were active in his life. It might not hurt to let someone else who cared about her know.
You can tell that as she kind of just nods, wringing her hands, she's a bit conflicted. She's kind of on a knife edge on that one. It's just a bit too emotional to really quite grasp it, but she's very close to wanting to.
The best way that I can put this is sometimes our emotions shut us down or send us into an unspeakable rage where you cannot control what you end up doing. But at the times where you have logical thinking or moments where you can actually put into words how you feel, it's better to just express that than hold it in.
Are you wanting to try and like push her to open up? Or would you like to also combine this with your magic to try and push down the emotion of shame?
I'm so afraid to do more magic, but I really, like, for her specifically, I think I'm going to try. Yeah, I would like to try to push down the emotion of shame so she can feel more confident in who she is and deal with her grief in a more healthy manner.
Okay, you know the role. Arette, mind. You're looking for 2 successes because you need to make it last long enough for her to get to a destination and talk.
Okay. I'm nervous.
So it'll be 3 dice because you're Sutlerette.
You got this.
Critical hit.
Oh!
Critical hit.
Critical hit! And it wasn't even a messy critical because the crits were not on the quiet dice.
Literally.
So
the
with 5
perfect dice roll.
successes, this, you can spend the extra successes how you want. You can either make it last for the day and increase the effect, or you can just go all in for effect. The base 2 successes will be just for an hour.
Okay. This is, can I, in the loop, if there is a loop, can it transfer into the next day? Or, nope. Damn it.
You don't know how that would work, and it would probably involve time.
Can I spend most of it to keep this effect lasting all day? And can I somewhat lawyer that I also give her a sense of peace for a little bit?
Yeah, you can up calm. So effectively, you spend 2 successes to make it last for the day. You've got 3 successes left. 2 of those can be to put shame down, and 1 of those can be to put calm up.
I think I want to do that because I feel like that's this woman's clearly got more on her plate than she can handle. So,
okay.
Yeah.
You will be doing this in front of her, so it is going to require a 1 paradox dice roll for being vulgar because she's watching you do some weird things. But
putting on my glasses, I'm doing this. Like, I'm doing a lot of stuff right now.
Yeah. It won't be vulgar witnesses because she can't witness the mind effect. Great thing about mind.
Did her glasses fall off or something while I was doing this or anything? Okay, I'm praying that I don't.
It's like a look of like calm and like understanding comes across. No paradox.
Okay.
She starts like going, yes, you know what? I think I will tell him. I will go there now before I bottle it. I know myself. I will probably rethink things if I last too long at this. Thank you. You've been very helpful. Same time next week.
Yes, and I will work out your payment, so do not fret about that, and let me know how it goes next time.
If I forget, please call me up or have your lovely assistant call. I do forget sometimes.
Mindy does reminders, so she will definitely give you a call before the next appointment.
Very kind of you. I'll have to go. I will talk to you next week. Thank you so much.
You have a wonderful day, Florence.
Gets up, goes to the door, just walks out. You actually see her smile all the way.
That makes me happy. I do feel like, though, there is a somber feeling of if this day repeats again, none of this will matter. So
That sounds to me like that would be a dissociation roll.
Oh, okay, I can roll it. I'm so afraid of these rolls today.
So,
All right.
as you realize that maybe nothing matters, that emotion, that power within you that is kind of burgeoning all the time mixes with the emotion a little bit, and you feel it spilling over.
Okay.
It's quite an easy roll for you at this point.
Just any modifiers?
No, you just be rolling however many blank paradox you have, which I think at the moment is 9, right?
Yes. So I add 9 to the dissociation.
Yeah, dissociation just of 9 dice. There's no modifiers. Oh, that's 12 dice. Why is it rolling 12?
I put 9 in there, I swear. 1 and 2 do not look like 9.
Dice, that's 18 dice.
Oh, it rolls it automatically. You don't need to put a modifier in it, or roll it automatically. Sorry. So
Okay.
roll again.
Come on, reality. Okay.
You're fine. You don't
Okay.
dissociate.
I have that. It makes me more determined to get to this meeting with Dr. Hassan to maybe fix this.
And that was going to happen at 5:15?
5:15.
Okay. Okay. Well, she leaves the appointment at 5. You've got 15 minutes to get there, which is fine. Probably only take you about 6-7 minutes. So going back a little bit in time, Hassan, the end of your seminars is at 5, but it will take you a little bit longer than 15. So do you want to just skip off from your seminars a little early?
I don't think I have an evening seminar. No, I've got.
Oh, not seminar. Sorry. Your
skip off
open
a bit
office
early.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 2.5 kilometers there. Yes, as the crow flies, which is not for you. If you want to get a bus, there's probably one that you can get. So you'll have to probably leave like 5-10 minutes early.
Perfectly fine to me.
Okay. Head over there. Easiest
I've
way
got
to
a 5
play
o'clock.
this. You've got a 5 o'clock. We'll probably play
And-
Hassan's 5 o'clock first because you've got a 5:15. Hassan.
Mhm.
Not Hassan. Hackett. Hackett, make me a awareness plus int roll.
Oh, okay.
As you get to the Costa.
On the way, Hackett is trying to, as much as possible, time things with how it was before.
Mhm.
So one thing he's doing is because he's walking there, he's trying to remember, like, what cars were passing. And obviously you don't, like, remember that normally, but you can get a feeling for, like, you know, the rhythm of cars passing and, like, if a few passed at once, that kind of thing. You can start to pick that up. He's basically trying to look for deja vu and try and capture it wherever possible. And
Okay.
time it so he arrives at the right time. 3 successes.
3. You don't notice a particular difference in the traffic flow, but then again, you weren't paying a lot of attention to the traffic flow last time, so you just try and note it down for next time.
Yeah, he's not expecting it
get-
to be different. He's
Yeah.
trying to synchronize with it.
Okay. This time, as you go into the coffee shop, you do notice that last time you passed a gentleman with a little bit darker skin, had a cane, beard, black cap on. He's not here right now. He didn't pass you on the way in. You actually had to kind of slow your pace a little bit so he could get out before you went in the door because you filled the door. This time you walk straight in and actually slow down to make sure you're kind of following the same path, and you realize why that gentleman isn't there.
And probably just thinks to himself, am I late? Did I get the timing wrong? He sits down at the same table as before in the same place. He gets he orders a coffee because that's what he ordered last time. Just all the same. Sits down. He did bring his bag of teaching materials just in case the pupil shows up, but he isn't expecting it. And he puts his phone on the table. He puts his pocket watch next to it, and he also puts his notepad on the table and sits there with a pen in hand, just looking at the phone.
Okay. 5 o'clock goes past. 5:05. 5:10. 5:12. You get a text.
I immediately write down the exact time the text arrived before I even pick up the phone to read the text, and then I check it's the same as I remember from before.
5:12, exactly the same as before.
Sorry, can't make it today. Been sick with food poisoning all day. Vomit emoji. Can I do the same time tomorrow? Sad face emoji. This time he picks up the phone and says, can't do tomorrow, but how about the day after?
Oh, okay. Let me have a quick look.
His theory being that something like this would not cause any kind of butterfly effect that would affect the rest of the day. You can also take more liberties as the day progresses because there's less time for any butterfly effect to do anything.
You get a text back a couple of minutes later.
I wrote, this for the people listening. This one says, "Can do 5 p.m. ? Hopefully better by then. Sorry, Mr. Hackett." He replies back, "That's fine. See you then. Doctor, by the way." Gotta respect his tutor.
Where's that? Title.
Sorry, Dr. Hackett, I'll do better.
Okay.
Right, he puts the phone away, packs away his things, finishes the coffee, tries to leave at the same time as before.
Okay. You head out.
And he heads
Going
off.
home?
Yep.
Okay. 5:15. The Twisted Route. You are there. You've got a couple of minutes there early before. So you pick your choice of table. Do you get one overlooking the park? One of the nicer ones?
Yeah, a little more private probably, but also just like outside. And Dr. Thresher does believe the power, like nature is healing. So being out and seeing everything helps process everything that's going on.
Okay. A few minutes later, Hassan.
Yeah, I toss my brown bag, now empty of sandwich that I ate on the way here, inside the bin, and I take a seat. I'm gonna see Dr. Thresher.
Are you hungry? Do you want to order something?
I'm good. But feel free to order whatever you like. Actually, a glass of water would be great.
I like hold my hand up to like wave down the waitress. I couldn't think of the word waitress. And
Yes. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Thresher. What would you end your date like?
I just kind of smile at her and let it just slide. He'll have a water, and I'll have, what's the special?
Food?
Yes, the special for food tonight.
Oh, a vegan special, vegetarian special for food.
Is it the vegan sushi?
There's a vegan sushi. Yes.
Oh, I know, because it's what day of the week is this?
Friday.
The Friday. Friday you always have the vegan sushi. I'll
Yes,
have that,
yes.
please.
It tends to come after Thursday.
It's true. It's been a long week.
Yes, I understand. Sometimes it feels like the week never ends. Don't worry.
Or the day.
I understand that more than you
Yes.
think.
Friday nights can be like that. Okay, water, vegan sushi. Do you want anything to drink, or do you want anything to eat? Sir?
Do you want anything?
I'll take the warm mushroom and corn salad.
Okay, mushroom corn salad, the vegan sushi, water, and
I'll just I'll have a black tea.
okay. Having an easy night, are we?
Yes, gonna hopefully enjoy some conversation and the view.
Well, I hope the date goes well. I'll be back with your drinks in a moment.
Does that happen to you whenever you go out with anybody? They just assume that it's a date.
When I go out with women, yes. When I go out with men, no. Which is ironic considering I only ever go out with men on dates.
It's just they make these assumptions.
Trust me, I know the world about assumptions. I'm sorry. I probably should have said something.
You're fine. It doesn't matter. I don't care if she thinks that you and I are on a date.
It's okay to care.
I don't care though. Like it doesn't okay, listen, this day's been very stressful for me. How was the rest of your day?
Rather uneventful. I had one person arrive, asked questions, left, did some grading. My usual.
Well, I feel like I would very much like to figure out how to keep the day from not happening again, because I feel like I had some very good work this afternoon that I do not wish to undo.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're going to have to redo it. There's no way we can solve this in, what, a few hours?
Do you know anybody who could help solve it?
I don't know of one mage in the entirety of London. Well, I know of a few, but only one that will actually talk to me, and she's out of town.
That reminds me, I'm going to pull my phone out and see if Dr. Fates had texted me back.
Oh yeah.
I suppose I'll check if Lyle has texted me back.
No, but that's not unusual because depending on Lyle's situation, sometimes the phone gets left behind.
Yep.
Well, the one person I know who could maybe help hasn't texted me back yet. So, just seems like maybe we're in a rather unfortunate pickle.
Well, first things first, we need to try and figure out exactly what spell is on us. If it leaves enough of a signature, maybe we can track that back to whoever casted it.
But why us? We don't even know each other.
I imagine they're looking for Awakened.
Well, then I
Tracking
am
what we
assuming
do.
we're not the only two. But
Could be. There's been... How much do you know of current events in our part of the world?
just what I see on the papers when I walk by on my way to work, I don't really have time for news or... In a way, I was kind of thinking this would be like a vacation. I would come here, I'd do some work, and then enjoy the countryside.
On the plus side, if you do nothing, you get to enjoy this day over and over again.
I know, but isn't there a point where everything you grow weary of? This would be something where right now maybe it's exciting and new, but it's not going to be like that forever.
It's true. Look, not too long. Did you hear about the bombing in Vienna not so long ago?
Probably not. I would assume. Would I know that, EE?
Literally just a bomb in Vienna.
Make a... Oh god, what would this be? Streetwise or academics or occult. They will get you slightly different information. And...
Streetwise, just because that's like I'm passing the news on the street. Maybe someone mentioned something in an appointment or something.
Sure. And wits or int. Again, slight
Okay.
different thing you'd get.
I'll do int. 3.
2 successes. Yeah, a few years ago, there was a big terror raid and a few bombings in Vienna. You had heard about it. There was a lot of like police crackdown around that time. It's also around that time-ish that there was a lot of crackdown in London. A lot of terrorism raids.
Yes, I guess I did hear about that.
Right,
Bad
and around the
stuff.
same time,
Yes.
shit happened in London, right?
Mhm.
Terrorism raids and like connected, or at least some people in my circle think they're connected. My point is that in an effort to take out some unsavory folk, people like us have been targeted. Not everyone who I used to have contacts with I even know anymore, because some of them fled or died, or even to more recent events.
Can I just say, this doesn't seem like the area in which we need to be like hunted down.
we're more collateral damage. People not understanding what exactly we are, and you're visible enough, or you're assuming enough, not unassuming, the opposite, and
So you're saying
These are the kind of
I
people
just come to your neck of the woods and all of a sudden I bring too much.
With your water and your tea.
Thank you.
Oh, it's nothing to do with you, love. It's just the way it is. In fact, it's probably happening in, where are you from? New York?
Yes, I live in New York City now.
It's probably happening there too. It's everywhere. It's just a bit quieter in some places, less overt attacks.
Okay, then we're gonna have to figure this out on our own because seems like nobody's returning my texts, and seems like your resources are also a little bit dry.
There's only one person that I have enough of communication with, and unfortunately, he doesn't always take his phone with him to work. So we're rather stuck.
Can I?
Yeah.
I was just gonna like look around.
Mhm.
So I wasn't here yesterday. So again, this would be not a good place to see if anything's changed. But I'm gonna like study each person that I see
Mhm.
and see if anybody's paying attention to us or looking at us and things like that.
Sure. Wits insight.
3 success.
The waitress is occasionally just watching, but other than that, not really.
Like you said, there are a lot of sleepers here, and I just don't think there's much help around.
Well, let's wait until after dinner, then walk into the park, because frankly, if this spell's on both of us can try and figure out what it is and possibly undo it.
Okay, then I guess you'll eat your warm corn salad and I'll eat my sushi just like normal, and then we'll go for a walk in the park.
Teresa, right?
Yes.
Do you prefer Teresa or Dr. Thresher?
Teresa to my friends, Dr. Thresher to everybody else.
Well then, Dr. Thresher. You've got this. We've got this. It may take a couple tries, but we'll get it done. Don't worry about it.
I'm just glad that you brought up that horrible movie, because otherwise I probably wouldn't have found you.
Doubtless one of us would have noticed if after a while, but I'm glad it happened the second time, well, first time around.
And who knows, maybe we'll go to bed tonight and we'll wake up and it'll be fine. Nothing will change. It'll be just a glitch.
To be honest, if there's something on us, it means that whoever is doing this has an intentional and long-term plan. At least, look, I can jump to conclusions all I like, but I'm not bad at it. So, I wouldn't expect to wake up tomorrow to a normal Saturday, if I were you.
It's my off day too. I was looking forward to this week. Has been long and tiresome, and
Let me
I
plus
was
that.
going to get espresso and I was going to sit on the balcony of my Airbnb and just maybe go on a walk, do something.
You
Listen.
intentionally put your worst clients as well on the Friday, so you have that to look forward to.
It's like that's my day.
On the plus
Did
side,
you-
once this is almost over, you'll have a Saturday to yourself.
Fingers crossed.
Hmm.
Did you notice anything weird today?
Couple things. Yes. For one, I noticed a Ukrainian ambassador and a diplomatic car with no flags and 2 armed men in the back seat. That was around UCL. Other thing I noticed, that spell on you and I. Third thing, my mentor's out of town hunting something. And no, she didn't leave a letter as to why. At least not to my knowledge.
My
Fourth
mentor's
thing-
out of town too.
Not uncommon considering recent events.
Yes, but it's
Well-
a little bit odd.
Is it? It's not.
It feels more than a coincidence to me that your mentor just happens to be out of town and so does mine. So the thing that proved my hypothesis correct is if we find another awakened and ask them where their mentor is.
Knowing this city probably did. But worth doing. Other thing, yeah. two wakened at the same time, same spell upon them. That's another thing that is rather strange. Anything else? Not to my knowledge.
I had the same patients, same stories, just asked different questions, so got some different answers. But most of this day has just been normal, besides patient drama and meeting you.
Well, I hope I'm an otherwise bright light in a very dark day.
It does help to feel less alone with it. And a little less crazy. Because, I mean, even though in my line of work that's a loaded word, but I felt a little crazy today.
Do you mind me asking what skills you do have? Never mind. We'll discuss it outside.
I will make you a deal, though. You tell me yours, I'll tell you mine.
Cards on the table, deal. And I start, like, wolfing down the corn salad.
Okay, yeah, food's delivered. You wolf down the food.
Mhm.
Before you can move to the park, though, we're going to skip over to Hackett.
Okay.
You get back, and at the door, playing with her keys, is Florence. And, oh, sorry, let me just scroll to Florence. God, I've got a lot of people here. Also have people named Jennifer McClintock, who will never come up again. Marcus Alexander. No. Sorry about this. Florence, here we go. Mr. Hackett, would you mind my keys?
Oh, no problem. I step up and sort it out, and in my head I'm like, nailed it, got the timing right.
I was meaning to talk to you about something. Would it be okay if I came down? I'd bring you a cup of tea and some scones.
Oh, that'd be lovely. And in Hackett's head, he's like, this isn't how this went last time. This has changed.
Oh, would you mind the fuse box? I don't suppose you could look at it.
Oh, no problem. I'm sure I'll have it fixed in a moment.
Thank you. You go downstairs?
I head down, and as I'm walking away, I'm like, what did I change? I mean, I guess I spoke slightly differently, but something's gone wrong here. And he heads down to the thing, leans in, flips the breakers that he already knows needs
That's the breaker. Yep. So,
heads into his
short while
room and
later.
waits for the knock that he expected before, but it like is.
Short while later, there is the door.
Answer it.
Mabel comes down with 2 cups of tea. I had to leave the scones to get the tea down. Back in a second.
So previously it was just the one cup that she gave me, right? And now she's brought down 2. So yeah, I'm just
Brings
gonna
down a little plate of
put
scones with a
them
little
down on my
thing of jam. And
on my
some-
table and.
I got some stuff as well from the bakers. I put some cream and jam on it for you. I'd been meaning to talk to you about something. Tried to talk to you earlier, but it recently got put in perspective for me. Mabel passed away the other week. I didn't know how to break it to you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. And myself and Mabel were lesbians.
I mean, I knew that part. But
Oh,
she passed away.
yeah.
I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do to help. And in his head, he's like, okay, Mabel's dead, but also this is what? The loop's broken. This isn't right. Did I change this?
I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. I think I wanted to deny what was happening, and if I lied to everyone around me, I could lie to myself some way. And that was wrong of me, because she obviously meant something to you too, and now you've missed the funeral. She's buried in the cemetery in Webley.
I see. What made you change your mind?
The therapist I saw today, nice woman, she made me realize that the only way to really be truthful was to open up with those around me so that I could also accept myself.
A therapist?
Well, yes, it was my grandson's idea, Kevin. He's a good boy. He found her on the Googles. I sometimes worry about him, though. He spends so much time on the webs. I think he might get involved with that dark web if he spends too long there.
I'm sure he'll be fine. Just out of interest, who's the therapist?
Oh, it was a doctor. It was an American, a Dr. Thresher. Nice woman. She was covering for someone.
It's like Alfred glances over. I feel like there's an open door, and through the open door is like his blackboard. He's written out a timetable and some names, and it's like
PM Afterglow,
meet
Dr.
Marcus,
Thresher.
Afterglow, Doctor, and then like Thresher ? Is there?
Yes.
I see. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. Of course, I'm always down here, and if you ever need me for anything, feel free to knock.
It's very kind of you. It has been difficult, but I feel much better about it now. I can be open. I can tell you that we were lesbians.
These days, that's something you don't have to worry about that anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, I look forward to being able to be more open with you in the future, and I'm sorry I wasn't to begin with.
I understand. People, they deal with grief in whatever ways they works best for them. I appreciate you telling me.
You are a nice young man. I can see why Mabel always liked you.
I mean, Alfred's genuinely sad. Like that was one of his two landladies. She is dead and died a week ago. So there's no like time loop way of fixing it. That's done. No matter when we break out of the time loop, that's done. So he's just genuinely sad about this right now. Sips the tea.
I should get upstairs and make food. Do you want any? You're welcome to join me.
Oh, it's no problem. Unfortunately, I have an appointment.
Oh,
this evening.
okay. You're a man about town. I'm sure, if you get a lady friend or a man friend, I'm sure they will be a very lucky person.
If you need anything,
Of course.
I'm here. Don't worry about asking me. I know, because I know you're worried. You won't want to bother me.
I know. Okay, it's a deal. You know
Good.
what? Maybe tomorrow we can go to Webley Cemetery together.
I would like to do that.
Excellent. It's a bit of a long walk for me. Bus only goes so far, so having someone to help steady me would be lovely, and I'm sure Mabel would appreciate seeing you.
Of course.
Right. 11 a.m. Okay.
Yeah, no, that'll be fine.
Oh dear. Ooh. You know what? You and that Dr. Thresher would make a very nice pair.
mean, funnily enough, we have met, but only briefly.
Oh, have you?
That's why I was asking. I wondered if it might be the one that I know.
Ah. Well, can't be too many American Dr. Threshers who are psychiatrists in London. Apparently, she published a book.
Oh.
Yes. She said I wouldn't like it, though.
Full of newfangled ideas, I suppose.
Yes. I like your fangled ideas. The place is very homely. Your aesthetic is definitely more to my taste. Hers, she had a very posh suit and a very shiny, minimalist.
Well, I'm glad she was able to help you out.
She was. I'm going to be seeing her again next week. I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Very good. It's good to have plenty of people to talk to in these kind of situations.
Yeah. Anyway, I shouldn't keep you from your evening. Thank you again. You are a dear. So the sources. It's upstairs.
It's like, wait for her to say see you later, close the door, and I'm like, okay, that's a development. It's like, and he's gonna pace around for a while, probably add new things to the blackboard. But really, half of it is just genuinely being sad, though. That's the thing. Is like, one of the landladies is dead. He didn't even know for a week. Now he's in a time loop.
Yep. You've known her for at least 10 years. You've been living here for how long? At least 2 or 3 minimum.
We definitely just head over to the blackboard and circle Dr. Thresher. Remove the question mark because he's got confirmation that was the name. Got it right. And then underneath is going to be like, why is she acting differently? And then like, butterfly effect question mark? Or something else.
Okay. We cut back to the park where we see Hassan and Thresher walking down into it past a few trees and hedges, so they're kind of out of view from the main road.
Okay, so
Correct. Go ahead.
you know the area better. Is there something we're looking for here, or something?
Nope. We just need a place that is safe enough to try and figure out what exactly the spell is that's on us. I have all cards on the table. I can sense when things are connected. I can look into the thing that makes us more than just man, spirit, and I have you saw what I did with a coffee cup.
Okay.
Also, sorry, I need to interrupt. Bentham, I do want a dissociation roll.
Uh-oh.
You'd be right.
Damn it, chat.
I was hoping.
Oh,
I was
no.
hoping.
Your paradox is 0, so it's unlikely to do anything? Yeah.
Reality wins.
You're fine.
Reality wins. Great.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of obvious for me. I can harness the mind in ways that others maybe cannot. And I can also influence if something could happen or not.
Okay. So, look upon me and see what you shall see. Try and focus. There should be a spell on me. All you have to do is find it.
Okay. And I'm gonna
Okay.
use it's spirit, right? Or what do we do for this for me to
You can sense with any of the spheres you have. This is not a plus a ret roll, so your
Okay.
subtle avatar doesn't come into it. So since they're both the same, mind wits.
mind wits? Okay.
No modifier because your subtle avatar only affects your ret roll.
All right. So just roll wits and
You've got to select mind, not wits. And then when you hit mind it should prompt you
Oh
for.
my, sorry. My brain was like, I don't have a mind. I was looking at the whole specialty area. I was like, what are you talking about?
Self-burn, those are rare.
Minds are not real. 3.
3. Okay. As you kind of reach out and sense for mind, you detect people nearby from just the mere presence of their mind. It only works up until kind of about like 20-ish meters. But you definitely notice the presence of 2 ongoing spell effects. One on you and one on Hassan. They contain mind and spheres you don't recognize. But more so, with 3 successes, do you want to willpower that one? It's only 1 dice, but do you want to willpower it?
I haven't done that yet.
Okay, yeah.
Do they refresh at the...
You refresh either your composure or your begins with R. Resolve at the beginning of every session.
Okay. I'll do a reroll.
Okay. You reroll 1 dice. You can use the willpower reroll button for that. And then just type 1 for the dice.
Okay. Yes.
So 4. With 4 successes, although it's hard to tell what the spell does, I can tell you the mind component is recording in detail everything that is going on and storing it for you. And then when triggered, makes sure your mind still has it. It is shielding your mind from another part of the spell effect.
So I'm looking at you and it's like my eyes are focused on you, but they like almost glaze over. And so you don't actually, it looks like I'm looking at you, but I'm looking through you. And it's like I kind of come back to reality. You're right. There's something going on here. It's mind. And there's stuff I don't even know how to explain, but there's something in it that's keeping us from being able to dive deeper into it.
No. It's not preventing you from diving deeper in. It is protecting your mind from something else.
Okay.
It is preventing your mind from something, an external effect.
Okay. Maybe that's the wrong way to put it. It's like there's something working on us that's preventing us. It's shielding us from something.
With 4 successes, I'll also add, it is specifically linked to another sphere. You don't recognize that sphere, but it is protecting your mind against something that sphere does.
Okay. I don't know what the other realm it's in.
Knowing this, can I try and use spirit and wits to see more about that part of the spell?
Yeah.
Okay. Should I do spirits and wits or spirits and intelligence? Not that it matters.
Spirits wits, because you've got to study it in detail. Well, if you spend more time, it would be intelligence. If you studied it in detail and took ages. If you want to spend like an hour or so now, just sit down in the park and study it in detail, you can.
I think we'll go with wits.
Okay.
I will not be able to willpower reroll this, but we'll see. Nope. All I can say from my half is that spirit is involved. So it's connected to our internal essence. Soul, so to speak.
Okay. Would it be worth it for me to roll my entropy to see if that plays a part of it at all?
I would have told you about any entropy you noticed with the first roll, just kind of put them in together. Since they're both the same for you, there's no difference in the spell roll, the detection roll. So if there was any entropy, I'd have told you. There's no entropy.
So tell me exactly what your side of the spell does.
I can just tell that we're being influenced in some way. It's almost like something protecting us from either noticing.
Got to point out, just in case it's relevant, it isn't influencing your mind. It is only reading and protecting your mind from another part of the spell. It is not influencing you. It is not having any kind of it's not deliberately changing your thoughts.
Okay. It's protecting our mind, and I don't know. It's like shielding us from noticing other parts of the spell, I think.
Oh, no. Is it storing thoughts?
Yes, it seems like it's like recording is the best way that I can put it. It's like recording what's happening.
It's recording and then refreshing thoughts at the beginning of the next day. It's the thing that keeps us remembering why that a loop exists in the first place. That's what your part of the spell does. But that means someone put it on us intending us to know about this loop, which means I think we're being watched.
Yes, because it seems sinister. It doesn't seem like something that someone's playing with us.
Yeah, someone is. That's
Okay.
amazing.
When he says that, I look at him. It's the work of very powerful magic. That's very clear, but in our current predicament,
No.
is it something to be awe-inspired by?
It's not awe-inspiring. It's brilliant. If someone is watching us, that means their eyes are on us somehow. Maybe not physical eyes, but still something. It means that we might be tracked or worse, but it also means there's a route backward. All we have to do is reverse engineer it. But we won't be able to do it in one night.
Oh, I don't think we will either. There's too many pieces we don't know.
There is. What did you do next? I went home.
This time, I actually had went to Afterglow. I talked to the bartender. I met a man named Marcus, and then his friend arrived, and then we went to Cloister, and then I went home around 11, midnight.
What did the man take you to a gay bar?
You went home quite early, actually. It was a little after 10, I believe.
It was a little after 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, his friend was there. I think there was a little bit of him not wanting his friend to come with us, but I insisted, and I wasn't there to exclusively hang out with this man I just met. So he took us to a gay bar. It was a lovely location. It's like an old church that they...
Oh, yeah, I know. I met my husband there. I mean, well, I did. Okay, do you want
You
to...
did?
I met my husband at Cloister.
Okay, has...
Oh, no,
You-
ages ago. Ages. But before, that was when we met.
no, I know that. I'm just asking your husband today. How is... Has he noticed anything like that?
We're estranged.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all right. We're closer than you think, but not as close as I'd like. We could try and relive that part. Go to Cloister, see if me showing up will change things, or anything else weird. Went to Cloister, then went home, straight home, nothing else.
I need
Yes,
you
I
both to
gotta-
roll me a paradox dice.
Yes, I can
No.
do
Yes.
that.
All right.
Love a good
With Thresher, you
paradox.
gain a paradox. Hassan, you gain a paradox.
Oof.
Do you feel that?
Yes, I do.
Hmm.
Typical. But it's only one, nothing to worry about.
For you.
You definitely feel like pinpricks as you're walking through the gardens upon your skin. Kind of like a very faint kind of pins and needles. And a kind of pressure. Almost like before a thunderstorm. Like the air's getting heavy.
We should probably leave the park before we go in too deep.
Is this not a safe place to do this?
It's a safe place for spells up to a point. It's not too safe for most mages.
Well, maybe we
What
should
do
have
you-
gone back to my Airbnb and done this in the privacy so that we don't risk.
Regardless, we're fine. You're fine.
I had a moment like this earlier, so this is not just my first time.
I just know that there's something nearby and it's protected. As long as we don't move into it, we should be fine.
Please indicate where on the map you are exactly. Whoever's leading this can ping the map.
I'm gonna take Hassan's lead for sure.
So we start off at the twisted route, which means I think we're ended up almost like we're walking towards Shaken. So hold on. Probably around here.
Okay, so you get only just like over the road when that pinprick starts. And as you get further, and I will say probably there, so halfway to where you indicated,
Mhm.
I need you both to roll me 2 paradox dice.
Oh, great.
So just do a 2 and hope for the best?
Okay,
Okay.
you get none, Hassan. And Thresher, you get none, but you can definitely feel it. Like, the pinprick sensation is still very faint, but the expectant nature of the air around you is getting a bit more intense.
I'm going to grab his arm. Where are you taking me?
Sorry,
Hassan, this isn't that.
I was just walking. This isn't the thing I thought it was.
Okay, because I don't feel like this is a good place for us to be right now.
No, it's not, but it might be tied to whatever it is.
Yes, but what good will that do if
Thresher,
we end up not...
I need you to trust me. We'll be okay. You know what a node is, right?
No, not particularly.
Right. A concentration of energy. It's protected. It's the one thing. Well, look, when someone finds a node, they get attached to it, right? That's not this. That's the thing I was talking about hidden here. I know who protects it. I'm not allowed to say more. This is something different, something that shouldn't be here.
Okay, so without the information we have, should we realistically go closer towards it?
I'm willing to risk it. Something like that needs to be taken down, or at least discovered. But I won't go further unless you'd like to. I won't force you into this.
I look at him and I feel the air and the prickliness of it. I'm trusting you. So if something happens, don't forget it. Then I'll start. I'm still in my Louis Vuittons, just walking around a park and not in practical runaway gear if I need to. And I just keep walking forward.
So the node is Hassan. Yeah.
Is it getting... I'm going to take it slightly away from the node. Does it get stronger or weaker?
Please ping where you want to walk to, because you're currently here.
Further this way.
As you walk that way, please roll me 4 paradox dice each.
Fucking
Jesus.
hell.
As you get to here,
Okay, wait, did both of us?
yeah, both of you.
Bloody hell.
Hoot. What?
Thresher
Okay.
gets none. Hassan, you get 3 paradox.
Oh god.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
That prickling sensation is getting warmer and more prickly. The expectant nature of the air is kind of beginning to pulse a little bit.
Those familiar with
Thresher,
the
for you,
previous-
it's expectant. It's not quite as intense.
Those familiar with the previous paradox system, in this new version, 10 is the limit of paradox. Not
Yeah.
25 or whatever it was previously.
And Hassan now has 4.
Do I notice anything happening to him? No. Okay.
Paradox
Are
is a
you-
very personal thing. It applies only to your avatar until it goes off. At certain levels, you can start to see weird things happening, distorting things being caused by it. If you look right now, because his paradox is going up and you have been paying attention, you'll notice that the lights nearby seem to bend a little bit. Not the lights themselves, but the light coming from them seems to halo a bit towards Hassan.
Okay. So I'm looking at is this a mental attack or anything, or is this just something much different?
No, reality is doing something here.
Okay. I don't know that this is a good idea. It's getting stronger the closer we're getting to it.
Okay. Let's try and sense what it is, and then we'll leave.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. I will try to sense what I'm approaching, because this is much more powerful than...
Yeah.
Mind and wits, and it'll apply for entropy as well because they're both the same for you. And Hassan,
Okay.
if you want to do your forces wits,
I will.
4 success.
4 successes.
Nice.
There is no one near you. Within 20 meters, which is the limit of the normal detection. No one near you. The mines, you can feel like there's a few animals nearby. There's a mole underground. There's no mind effect other than the one that's currently on you and hasn't really changed. There is no spell, and in terms of entropy, no. But entropy can kind of sense the edges of paradox in the randomness that happens, and it is definitely detecting there's some weirdness going on. That's about as far as I can push it. Forces, again, nothing weird.
If I could I risk impairment to try and re-roll 3 of those?
You could. That would put you impaired, and you take penalties on all dice pool rolls. But you could.
I think Hassan breathes heavily and honestly leans onto Thresher for a split second.
Are you okay?
But
What?
It's all right. Just let me focus. There's something else here. 2. Not much. 2 total for forces and then correspondence and spirit, if those matter.
As I said before, unfortunately, nothing different that your senses pick up.
If there's like a bench nearby, why don't you sit and I can try to go see what this is?
I won't let you go alone. I'll be all right. I stand up a bit straighter. I lean heavily on my cane. Go forward. I'm right behind you.
I'm
Teresa.
gonna try to go forward and I'm gonna reach back and maybe put my arm out so he can loop if he wants.
He does.
It's just a casual walk in the park, right? There's nothing to see here.
So this is where you are currently. Where are you heading now?
This time you're leading.
All right. I don't know where I'm going. So this is like a new place for me. I'm going to probably, is there a fork in the path or anything like that? Or is it just,
I mean, you're kind of on open lawn here, so.
I do point towards the nearest street corner is.
okay. Then I'm going to start heading, on the diagonal up to that corner.
Okay. You want to head to here? From
Yes.
here. Okay. And you do so. You will need to both roll me 2 paradox die now.
Okay.
Eager.
As that sensation is still there, but it seems to be lessening a little bit.
It's weaker
Yeah,
this way.
no willpower. You take -2 to social and mental checks.
Oh, I took 2.
You took
I took
2,
1.
and Hassan takes 1. But you can still feel the effect on you as you get to here. Just maybe a little bit less, but it's still there. It's not an effect even on you. It's just the air around you feeling heavy. You almost feel like you're pulling on something as you walk. Very faint.
Opposite direction.
Do you want to go back, or should we just call this good for today?
No. This thing, whatever it is, it's serious. Too serious. I say go forward.
All right, so I'll turn around and start heading.
Do
I have a sense now?
Line back?
Well, that's probably another 2 paradox, right? If we go back that way. Don't know. Okay. I feel like, is there any way that I get a sense of what the direction we would need to head for it to be? Okay. Yeah, I'll head back, and then instead of turning and going back towards Twisted Root, I'll head straight.
Okay, so you want to head back to kind of here where you were before.
But maybe just going a little bit more, okay, I don't know how to ping on this.
Towards like this?
Click and hold.
Just
Yes.
hold. Click
Yeah. Just hold. I did
Okay.
it. Okay, right about there.
As soon as you get to here, I want you to roll me 4 paradox dice each.
We should be using arrows instead of pinging.
1.
You could do a no snapping arrow and then.
Or. Okay.
Okay, Hassan takes 1 paradox. You take 2 paradox. As you walk back in that direction, it does feel like it's even getting more intense as you head slightly more in this kind of direction.
God, I hope some
Do you
paradox
continue on?
clears when the loop loops.
I'm kind of curious to see what happens if one of us does die.
Oh, cool. I look at.
That's always good to hear
Hassan.
when someone's leading you into a weird park full of magic.
That's me, werewolf, speaking. That is not Hassan speaking, okay?
I'm gonna look at Hassan, and I feel this heaviness. I can see that he's got some heaviness. This is done. We are not doing this anymore. We are leaving. We know that there's something here to investigate. but it's not worth this.
We need to find a way to protect ourselves from it. I think that might be the center of what's happening here. Please help me out.
I don't think you're thinking very clearly.
No, please help me out.
Can I get a
Please
read
help
on
me
him if he's...
out. No, please help me out.
Out.
Yeah.
As in out towards, out of the park.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, like, help me out. And I was like, I don't want to
No.
go towards
Just
this.
please
Okay.
help me out.
Out.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm going to, yeah, of course, like, still have my arm ready to loop and, like, put an arm around to help and start walking in the direction I know it will lessen. So probably
direction is
back
that?
toward... What? I know.
Which
Hold
direction is that? Yeah.
on. So if we're here... God, I'm so bad at using these tools. I know, like, we went that way, but we still hit Paradox. So I feel like heading towards the street. Here. God. Sorry, I'm
You
trying to
hold?
do the...
This street? Or...
Right here.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so you're here and you want to head to Shaken.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you head back onto the street and try and head towards Shaken, I need you to both roll me 6 paradox dice.
No, this was supposed
No,
to
Twisted
be the safe
Route.
route.
I think.
You
I
mean
think-
Twisted Route or do you mean Shaken?
Yeah. No, I meant Twisted Route. Like, we were
Okay.
heading towards Cloister. So we're heading... I thought the arrow pointed the way that I thought. This way. Like, we're going this way.
Okay, so you're here and you want to head towards close to here.
Well, we're in the park still right here, correct?
You're here, you're in the north end because you headed towards the junction.
Okay. Oh, man. Okay, then you know what? Let's head towards Cloister because I have a feeling that's going to get us further away from this thing.
Okay.
Let's just go to
As
Cloister.
you head towards Cloister, you can kind of feel that sensation receding.
Mm-hmm.
You just keep going, or do you want to just go kind of to Cloister and stop? How fast are you hurrying?
As fast as Hassan can move.
You don't take penalties to physical rolls.
Okay. And I think before... I mean, I'm not going to go into Cloister. If there's a park bench or something, I'm going to have us both sit down on.
I need you to both roll me 1 paradox dice as you slow down.
Well,
Okay.
Hassan's paradox goes up, Thresher's does not.
I think this time Hassan's arm literally tenses as the needle pricks get deeper and deeper.
Are you okay? This was a bad idea.
It's a fun idea. We learned a lot.
Okay. What was that?
You can still feel it, by the way. It is kind of a heavy air, slight prickling, not as much as before, but if you're waiting at Cloister, you can feel this.
I still sense that. I mean, it almost feels like at this point it's chasing us. So I'm going to hail down a taxi. I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna wave down a taxi.
What do you want?
Can you take us to Oakwitch?
Oakwitch? Sure, I can do that.
All right, I have an address, and I'm gonna be helping up Hassan, and I'm gonna point down the street in the opposite direction of the park. I say, can you take the long way and go that way? I just want to take the scenic route, and you can leave
Sure,
the meter
okay,
on.
I can take you to the junction at South Guild and then go down through Little Oldfield and maybe like through that sort of way. Or, you know,
Yeah,
we can go through the commercial estate, etc. Pretty busy this time of night, but if you want the long route.
Yeah, let's just do that. That sounds great. And I'm gonna be like helping Hassan into
Okay,
the
more
car.
fair for me. Sure, get in. And as you head away from Cloister, about here-ish, sensation leaves completely, having kind of got gradually less and less.
Okay, mark where we're going. Mark what we just passed. Find a thing to stare at. I look around. Do I see? I'd look for any big recognizable building that we just passed.
Okay. Make me a you know what? No wits awareness roll needed. You can kind of see a few. Yeah, sure.
Next time we pass here, if it gets, I check the time. Pass here
I mean,
this
you
time.
only went for dinner at 5:15.
Yeah.
You went for a wander. Probably only getting dark about now, so maybe it's 6:45.
All right, so 6:45, that building. We come back here tomorrow, today. Fuck. If we're feeling it again, that means it's expanding. If not, it's reducing. or staying the same.
The only thing I know is that it would probably not end well for us if we had kept going.
No, not at all. It's good that you put us out of there. Thank you. You're very different from your book, you know that?
There's a lot of different layers to people.
Hassan like lays back, puts his head back on the seat of the cab. You know, if I'm being very honest, I think your book is kind of shite. It turns out you're not. It's rather strange.
I'd say the same thing about your lectures if I've sat in on them, so I'm assuming they're not very interesting.
Oh, I have a great one.
At least I know you should not be in charge of field trips. That's for sure.
It's funny. I've always considered that park somewhat of a safe place, despite everything that's gone on there.
I always get lunch at the Twisted Root. Am I gonna have to find a new place to eat?
Didn't extend that far last night. Try it again. See what happens. I
And
think...
if you find me dead, then you'll know.
Well, if I find you dead, then I'll have bigger problems on my hands.
Hmm.
If there's spirit involved, it could be that there's a resuscitation sort of spell. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to take the time to think of it through, but it's quite possible that if we did die, we'd come back tomorrow just as normal as ever.
We could hope, but I don't want to put all those eggs in a basket and just go, hey, if I die today, maybe I'll be alive tomorrow.
Well, I think I was saying if you die today, maybe you'll be alive today.
Well, either way, maybe my book would come in handy for you. You could read it and learn how to cope.
I hate to ask this of someone who I barely know, but do you mind if I stay over at your place tonight? I don't think I can go to tube this out of it.
And like, there's almost like she wouldn't let it show, but a sense of relief of like, I don't want to be alone after all of that.
I mean, you have got a date with Wallace tonight.
That is true. Though the plans change. I would think about how large and empty the place I'm staying in is. There's plenty of rooms. You can have one of them.
So, do you have nothing else you wanted to do tonight? Right, your
I'll
date.
see if I'm. What?
You mentioned it before. Your date. It took you to Marcus. Took you to Costa.
Oh, I'm okay not doing that tonight. If anything, it won't be too far from home. I was supposed to
Sorry about
maybe
the
I'll go on a
traffic.
walk.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's a calm moment in the day.
It's
All right.
bloody London.
We'll be getting up to the junction of the A3 and the turn off to Red Homino quick, so we'll take that and as the car speeds down the A3.
Thank you. I'm new to town, so it's nice to see all the areas.
Yeah, no problem. We'll just be turning as you get to here. I need you both to roll me one paradox dice.
Just gonna die in this cab.
Bloody. Just. Ugh. Ugh. Okay.
I'm getting so lucky with these rolls.
The car
I'm not.
continues.
Why are you holding? Okay. All right. Can you just pick up the pace a little bit?
Sure, okay. Okay, car gets to here. I need you to roll me 2 paradox die.
Where does it get to? Can you see?
Yeah.
Oh
But take the
my.
turn off.
But that's so okay. Fine. 2 paradox.
I look over at Hassan and my eyes widen because I feel that tingling again. Okay. I got 2 paradox.
Yeah, your paradox goes up by 2. Let me know if anyone hits 10.
Well, are we rolling one more time?
Do you do anything?
We just go to Outquitch. It's normal. Everything's fine.
Okay. Guys, just the roundabout here. Can be a bit busy at the roundabout, and he starts to slow down a little bit. I'm sorry I have to slow. I know you really want to get home fast, but I need to roll me 4 paradox die
Oh,
each.
Christ.
As
So
you hit
EE, I'd
here-
like to let
I
you
hit
know
10.
that I have reached 10 paradox.
Same here.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay.
What
And
did you
as they
think was
both
gonna
hit 10 paradox at the same time in the back of a moving cab as they hit the roundabout, we're gonna be back next week.
you sod.
So, on that note, let's go over everyone and our announcements. So, with that said, a monthly recap of Mage character sheets and Mage rules are now out on a Patreon. You can find the character sheet that you can use on Roll20 and the rules for free on there. In addition, the Mage map and Ascension Tower floor are coming soon. We have some changes to the Patreon that we've announced. They're on there if you want to go check them out. And we have a giveaway for VTM rulebook on Roll20 that you can check out if you wish to. You can, go to our Twitter, see the pinned post, talks about how you can get involved in the giveaway for a copy of the VTM rulebook on Roll20. In addition, we're sponsored by them. Fun enough, that's why they gave us the rulebook to give away. Yeah, you should check them out. They allow us to do really cool stuff, like have pins on maps and then ping on the maps and then have people be like, yeah, just go faster, and then have them roll dice and explode. So that's gonna be fun. Thresher actually crit the paradox roll. That's why it did it. You got 2 explosive successes and they combined, and then yeah, it's great.
Yeah, yay!
I'm so happy.
We'll look forward to listening to Mickey Mouse tomorrow.
Mhm.
Oh boy! There's no getting out of exploding!
Nice.
We're gonna need to clean up the back of that cab with a fine tooth comb and probably a dustpan and brush. Maybe a pressure washer.
Okay, so that's all the announcements and stuff. Let's go through. We can find people until next week.
Well, speaking of exploding, Hassan, played by Werewolf. Who are you? What do you do? And where can we find you?
Oh, hey, mates. I'm a tabletop writer, game designer, cultural consultant, and also, obviously, tabletop player, where I like to make my characters explode. My name is Norden Ali. My pronouns are he, him. Yes, you can call me Werewolf. You can find me online on all the things at Werewolf Feels, and that does include Twitch, where we're playing every Tuesday a game of Vampire the Masquerade Night Road. So if you like World of Darkness, check out that. Otherwise, tune in next week to see me apparently blow up. It'll be great.
Speaking of blowing up, Katie Peters Plays has been playing Dr. Thresher. Who are you?
Hey.
What are you doing? Where can we find you?
You gotta be careful with that voice. Disney's gonna come for you. You sound
We are going
almost.
to get so soon.
Hi, I'm Katie Peters Plays. I played Dr. Thresher for you today. It was a very. My brain is going in a million different places of either the car rolling and we explode inside of it because you said something about a roundabout. So I'm just thinking about every little possible thing right now. But I'm excited Dr. Hassan and I connected, and maybe we'll die together and get to bond over that. So I'm Katie
There
Peters
was an
Plays.
explosive connection.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can catch me on Twitch at Katie Peters Plays. I've been playing 12 minutes, which is also a time loop. So I'll be playing that tomorrow on my channel, Twitter, Play Katie Play. And I'm excited for next week. This has been really fun so far. And I'm sure it'll be fine.
Uh-huh.
It's all going to be fine.
Yep.
Oh, speaking of being fine, what about you, Dr. Hackett? You're not exploding anytime soon.
I'm over here sitting pretty on 0 paradox. It's gonna go wrong though, because I'm gonna go to the vicinity of Cloister in a minute, and I'm gonna be like, what's going on? What direction do I run? Anyway,
You
yeah,
explode in Cloister, it'll be great.
Oh dear, yeah, I'm Beth. I have a YouTube channel and Twitch channel, The Cold Mangled Pork for dumb reasons, and I play games on them sometimes. Recently we did a Carrier Command 2 stream yesterday, and we've been sprinkling that throughout the time, Snowrun as well, and all that kind of thing. I might do a solo stream or something on Tuesday if I manage to actually do a stream on Tuesday, and then on Friday we're probably going to be playing Starbase, because literally everyone keeps telling me to play Starbase between them complaining about how buggy Starbase is, but I finally decided that they've had a couple weeks to patch the bugs now. I might give it a go. But yeah, as the guy who's now introduced our American audience to the phrase "thick as 2 short planks," what are you up to, E?
Radar Elysium, and you can find me at Twitch.tv/Radar Elysium, where I'll be doing some streaming probably next week, learning some things for the Motorsport Manager. Oh boy, it's gonna be all kinds of fun. Anyway, that's it for us. I'm gonna check if we had any tips.
And then we're gonna do an after show.
We'll have to be a quick after show, unfortunately, because we've been rolling over, waiting for them to explode.
It's funny how it took more time to do the second day than the first one because we're all like, wait, what's happening? We gotta work this out.
Well, that's true. Well, with no tips today, we'll be doing an after show. Thank you very much, boys and girls.
Bye.
A little different than all